Madam, good morning.
Sir, good morning. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, welcome, sir. Sir, Dean ma'am join பண்ணிட்டாங்க, sir. Ma'am? Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Yamuna?
Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Shall we start the session, ma'am?
Ma'am, unmute பண்ணிட்டு பேசுங்க, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, we can start.
Okay, ma'am.
Learning, a treasure that will follow its owner everywhere. A warm morning, one and all gathered here for the 6 days UGC Stride training program. Let's start today by invoking the blessings of the God Almighty through a prayer song. I request Ms. Karmugil Madimurial for the prayer song.
எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி மனதில் சலனமில்லாமல் மதியில் இருளே தோன்றாமல் நினைக்கும் பொழுதின் மௌன நிலை வந்திடனே செயல் வேண்டும் கணக்கும் செல்வம் 100 வயது இவையும் தரணி கடவாயே கணக்கும் செல்வம் 100 வயது இவையும் தரணி கடவாயே.
Thank you, Ms. Karmugil. Our first session for the day will be delivered by Dr. Avinashilingam, Professor and Head of Department of Botany, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. I now request Grace Suganti to give a brief introduction about the speaker.
Dr. T. Parimelalahan, Professor and Head in Department of Botany, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. Dr. Parimelalahan has worked as scientist in Defense Research and Development Organization, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. He has 22 years of research and 13 years of teaching experience. He has done his postdoctoral research at USA. Added to the credits, he has authored quite a few books in his field of specialization. He has 4 granted patents. He has more than 1 or 3 research publications in national and international journals. Under his supervision, 14 scholars were awarded PhD degree, and recently he has been awarded with UGC Mid-Career Award and also conferred with Fellow in Royal Society of Biology, London, and Fellow in Linen Society, London. He is operating many projects funded by DBT, EST, UGC, and DRDO worth of more than crore. He has visited many countries in connection with academic activities. He is holding additional charge as Director, IPR Cell, Deputy Coordinator, RUSA, Special Officer, Planning and Development Cell, Bharatiya University. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Can I share my slide? I think it's not showing.
Sir, if you cannot share it, could you please mail us, sir?
No, it is possible. I don't know why. You have to give any permission? Not
No,
like
sir,
that.
nothing like that.
Wait a minute. Just a minute. I'll just leave the meeting, then I'll come. Just a second. Ma'am, it is visible? Slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's
Yeah,
visible.
it's moving. It's moving also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, ma'am. Okay. Very good morning to all of you. So today we are going to discuss about the topic intellectual property rights. Probably I think 2-3 days before also they were talking about the intellectual property rights, and this is like just introductory things, like you should know about what is intellectual property right now and all of those things. So first of all, I should thank the organizers. They have taken selected a topic that is so really it is needed for the young researchers to know about the research and ethics, all those things. So in that connection, like this IPR also is an important topic. So we should know, and because all the academic institutes, like they are very particular about um, know about this IPR and how to practice in their academic institutes. Okay, I think I hope that you will go back at the end of this lecture, like intellectually enriched, and yeah, really it will be like the culturally stimulated by this session. This is not a new topic, like in the intellectual property rights. I think you know very well that in the Indian epics of the Ramayana and Mahabharata are creations which survived thousands of years through these oral and written traditions. So thereby they can maintain their purity over millennia also. Okay, and even the paintings, like which adorn the walls of caves of Ajanta and Ellora, that is painted 100 years back by the Buddhist monks that that even till date they are appreciating today also, like everybody is appreciating the magnificent, like the paintings and that statues, all those things. So that is world renowned monuments, like the Taj Mahal also, that is a tributes to the Indian creativity. So in India, so we have a lot of this kind of the creativity and innovations that we can say. Okay, and even in the folk tunes, like the designs which are the communities developed and preserved, passed down to generation. So that stands testimony to the creativity of the Indian people, right? So this is very important. Like when we are talking about this IPR, like we used to we should know about the creativity and the innovations, because without creativity and innovations we cannot go for any this IP, right? So the intellectual property, that is very important. Like in the intellectual property, that has increasingly assumed a vital role with the rapid phase of the technological, scientific, and the medical innovation. So that we are witnessing today. Like you see, the medical field, we can see many innovative things happened. Okay, and moreover, like in the changes in the global economic environment have influenced the development of the business model also. So there, in the IP, intellectual property, that is the central element establishing value and the potential growth. Okay, and when we are talking about these intellectual property rights, like there are three components: intellectual property rights. You should know like what is intellectual. So intellectual is nothing but the ability to understand and to think in an intelligent way. Okay. So that is the creation of mind, because this creation of mind will come only from the human minds, right? So intelligence is different from intellectual. That I think you know very well, right? So that we'll call it as an intellectual. So once if we have that intellectual, then that we can go for like so that we can say that's a property. Okay, so whatever you invent or whatever that novel idea or whatever that the innovative ideas you are going to protect, so that we'll call it as a property. So property is nothing but it is owned by the person or the entity, the group of people or company or like this. Okay, and the property there are two kind of properties. Like one is tangible or intangible. So people used to say like movable and immovable property also. But here in IPR, so we are having like the tangible property and intangible property, right? And property, like it designates those things that are commonly recognized as being the possession of an individual or a group. Okay. So this is the two kind, that is a tangible and intangible. So tangible means that is one that is physically present, and other which is not in the physical form. Okay, so the physically present in the sense like we can say like any material, what to say, like any like the table or chair or the building, so that we can physically we can touch it and we can feel. Okay, so that we'll call it as a tangible property, and intangible is that is physically it is not available. Okay, so it does not have any physical form, but the intellectual property comes under that intangible property, but it is the one of the forms of intangible property which commands a value which can also higher than the value of the tangible asset. Okay, so that is it's having a more material value than the tangible property, right? So that is very important. Okay, and my video is available, madam. Excuse me. So nobody is responding. Participants, my video is available.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
No video.
Video? No, we don't see a video. We can see PPT itself.
Yeah, that's what. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. So that is the thing that. Yeah, this is that property again, the property and the rights in the sense like once if you have this intellectual property and like you will get the legal entitlement. Okay, and so government of India, suppose if you are approaching the patent office, then patent office will give the legal entitlement. That will be like exclusive rights for your invention. Okay, so that is intellectual property rights. So we can say like intellectual property rights that are legal instruments awarded to the inventors that protect their ownership rights. So thereby you can prevent the frivolous gain by others. Like if anybody is infringing, like your invention, that you can protect through this the rights. Okay, so this is that intellectual property rights. So now the thing is that why the IPR in academic institutions, like in everybody nowadays, all colleges and universities, people they are talking about this IPR and they wanted to practice, or they wanted to protect some IP in their college and universities. So you see, this is mainly based on this ranking system, like whether it may be NARF or a NAC or area, all these ranking systems, those who are involved in this preparation of this ranking data compilation, they know very well that NARF, National Institute Ranking Framework, that the research and professional practices are that some category. So there they will be asking like how many patents and the copyrights are your generated or published, or everything they will be asking. And like in the Atal ranking of institution and innovation achievements, this is also is very important. The IPR is the major part in the indicators. So everything is related to this IP and how many product you are commercialized, and based on the commercialization and the product development, your data will be like they'll be taking for validation. And of course, the NAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, and the category 3, that is the research and innovation and extension. So there you can see like the IPR is the having a more weightage. Okay, so because of all those things, like even the University Grant Commission, they have sent a circular to all the colleges, universities, that IPR should be included in the elective course in the CBCS, choice-based credit system, right? And all the funding agency also, they are giving, like they are asking whatever possible, like from the research outcome. So you can also go for this IP protection if anything is any possibility. Okay, so this is the reason that now academic institutions, they are very much particular about start the IP cell in their colleges, and also protecting any IPs based on their research domain. Okay, so this is the reason. That is why now everybody is interested to do this IP. Okay, so when you are seeing this world economy, like so some 20 years, some 50 years before, people they are talking about this agriculture economy, right? And slowly there only the land and labor is involved, and also like so slowly it is shifted to like industrial economy, right? And this is happening. The industrial economy, so people they are talking about this capital machinery management, they will be giving more importance, but slowly it is shifted to the knowledge economy, right? So knowledge economy is nothing but the innovations like creating IP and protecting IP, all those things. So entire world is now occupied by this knowledge economy. Those who are practicing this knowledge economy, like the protecting IP and commercial, they are commercialize the IP product, all those things. So their economic status automatically it will enhance. So that is the thing. Okay. So that is why now all the countries like developing countries, they are very particular about this IP, and through that they are getting a lot of revenue generation, and automatically the economic status also will increase. Okay. So that is the main thing, that once if you are practicing this IP, then only we will come to know that what are the benefits and advantages that we can enjoy, all those things. Okay, right. So the another thing is that when we are talking about this IP, like I told you that creativity and innovation is very important, isn't it? Let's like the creativity and innovations, like these are very what to say, like it is very important, and also without that we cannot do these kind of like IP, because the novelty is very important. So for that, some creativity should be there. Then only we can find, we can come up with some new things, or new models, or new product, all those things. So the innovation also is very important, and creativity and innovation, it should go hands in hand. Okay. So, and innovation, through innovation, like we can bring out many innovative product, like technological innovations we can bring, and this kind of things. So these two things are very important. Without that, we cannot go for any novel product or novel process that we can bring out. Okay. So when we are talking about this innovation, like it is a technological improvisation. Okay. So you see here, this is a very simple, like the butter stick, so that you can spread your butter in the bread, and otherwise it is very sticky type in your hand, all those things. So, but it is very easy, and you can keep it in your packet and you can do it. Okay, so this is an innovative idea that is a patented one. Okay, and also like you see the water. This is the water that you can eat, and no plastic bottles are necessary. That you can easily you can swallow it, and it will be digested, and no plastic bottles are necessary nowadays. So for the environmental safe, so we are not using this kind of a plastic bottles and all those things. Okay, so this is some innovative idea. And also like in the food process industries, like many innovative product has come up, right? And you see here, this is the vada batter, like within some 2-3 minutes, you can prepare your tasty vada. So this is the ready to eat food technologies. Okay, many technologies, like in Mysore, we have 2 national institutes, like DFR, Defense Food Research Laboratory, and CFTRI. Okay, it comes under the CSAR labs. So both the labs, they have developed many food technologies, and that have been transferred to many companies, like industries also. Like you can see whenever you are going to the hypermarket, you can see this type of the technology transferred from these 2 institutes, and ready to eat foods also, the technology. Okay, so within 2-3 minutes, you can just have a food, like just boil it, and you will get within 2 minutes the cooked food you will get. Okay, so these are the technologies that developed from the food industries also. Okay, so these all are innovative ideas, right? And also you see that the paper clip, what you are seeing here, this is the paper clip. That is a simple, but it is a powerful one. Okay, so when the paper clip what to do, like it invented in the year to the 1900, like before that nobody knows so how to keep the papers together, isn't it? So that is very what to say, like that is very important. Like you can see here, like the paper clips, like otherwise what they will do, they will just keep the papers together, and they will make it whole, and they will tie it. Okay, but after this invention, so the age old problem, it is solved. Okay, so how do I keep the papers together without ruining them or poking holes in them? That is the main thing. Okay, so after this invention, 400 paperclip patents have been come. Okay, and the valued worth of this much amount. Okay, and this is another innovative things, like the pen with the scented housing. Like you see, like it has the pen, the barrel, like it has a grip incorporated into the pen barrel, and the barrel with the scent coating is useful. That is a promotional device. Okay, so when you are just opening and write the pen, like so the coffee aroma will come. So they have just coated this coffee aroma in this area. So this is a promotional device. This is some innovative idea, right? And the next one is that what you are saying, this is a lipstick, isn't it? So what is the innovation behind here? Anybody? Participants? Nobody is interacting. I don't know. The organizers also not responding.
Participants,
Participants?
please interact with sir. Sir is asking a question.
ಯಾರು ಕೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಾರ ಮೇಡಮ್?
Sir,
I don't know whether they are attending or not.
Sir, natural current based lipstick, sir.
The problem with this online meeting to deliver lecture, I have to I have to deliver as such. Nobody is interacting.
Sir, natural current based lipstick, sir.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, good. Any other innovative ideas behind this? Natural color, good. That may be the innovative idea, because the chemical based one, it's a problem for us. Okay, and what she did, like this, she's the CEO of that company, like Raina Gongi, gets a CS Trendsetter Award for her innovation. So what she did, she added some nutraceuticals in this, and whenever we are using this, and the content will go through our saliva in our body system, and thereby those who are having like this lack of the nutrition vitamin content while the pregnancy period, like they will be getting a sufficient amount of that iron and vitamin contents. For that objectives she created, and she proved it, and it is working out, and that for that innovative idea she received that award, right? Okay, and what is this? Any idea?
Rubik
Cube.
Cube, sir.
it's a puzzle.
Meeting. So lecture this is Rubik's cube. Okay, and it is whether any IP is involved in this Rubik's cube. Do you think, like whether it is a patented one or a copyright or trade secret, anything is involved with this Rubik's cube? And this Rubik's
US
cube,
it has US patent, I guess.
yeah, it is invented in the 1974 by Hungarian professor, and the US patent has been granted in the 1983, and this patent expired in the year 2000. That is why we are getting very cheap rate. Okay, and Rubik's this is that brand name also, like trademark they have registered, right? So it looks very simple, but it's a very powerful one. Okay, and you see, don't think that any simple things like cannot be. That is why if any students or faculty, they are coming up with some novel idea, we should encourage. Okay, so whatever that idea or they have come up with a new product that may be useful for some even for after some years, like it will be very much useful for the society. So we should not like discourage. Okay, so whenever they are come up with some ideas, we have to accept it and we have to take the idea and we have to analyze slowly. Then we can go for this IP protection or whatever we want. Okay, so don't discourage always those who are come up with some innovative ideas. So that is why the field of invention can occur in any field, like maybe electrical, electronics, biotechnology, communications, all those things. So invention can occur from safety pin to satellite. Don't think that there's those who are doing with some missile or this satellite work, they can do for go for this IP protection and all those things. Okay, so it's also looks very small one and it's having a lot of utility, isn't it? So it's also a patented one. Right, now the questions will come to your mind like, okay sir, I have an invention, what I have to do? So you have only two options. Okay, so you can publish it or otherwise you can just approach the patent office. So why we have to publish? Like publishing in newspapers, media, journals and magazines, like you will get a publicity. Okay, once the published invention is interesting. So if you if that, then only the other people come to know that what kind of the inventions you have, what is your idea, all those things. Then only they will come and they will take your technology. And one important thing that if you file the patent application after publishing, you will not get the patent right. So first you file the patent and then you can simultaneously you can go for your publications in the journal or any other media. Okay. So otherwise your invention will lost through the publication because it will come to the public domain. Once if it is come to the public domain, there is no secrecy and the invention will be disclosed. Okay. So first file, then you disclose, no problem. And the patenting in the sense like you can first file the patent application with the patent office. You can also publish your invention after filing the patent application, right? And the patent office will also publish your invention there. They are also running a patent journal. And once if you file the patent will be published, then it will be in the patent journal. Okay, so that is also possible. Okay. So what is the importance of IPR in academic sector? So you see this cyclic process, like you see there R&D research fund. All the colleges and universities, they have some research fund. So through that, we are doing some research and we will come up with many technologies and techniques, all those things. So that technology should be converted into a product. For that, we should tie up with the industries. And these people, they are committed enough to commercialize your research results. Okay. So through that, many new products will come and that products will go to the society because society, the people, they will get benefited. So thereby we can also get some royalty and the licensing fee. That fee we can use it again for our research activities. So this is a cyclic process and we can earn our the resource. Okay, so we can also generate our resources for our R&D purposes. So a lot of monetary benefits we will get. So this is the main importance. That is why all the academic institutes, colleges and universities, if you are going for this IP protection and making a product and technology transfer, all those things if we are doing, then we can self-sustain. we can generate our own money also for our research activities. This is the main importance, right? The next question will come to your mind that how can you protect your intellectual property? I think you might have heard in the previous speakers also, like how to do the patent and the copyright, integrated circuit, trademark, design, and the geographical indication. So they have covered all those things, or how it is a repetition of thing, or what? I want to know from the participants. What do you know they have taken about this IP? Participants?
Participants, please interact.
Okay, this is the different IP forms that, okay, and other types of IPs like the traditional knowledge and the plant varieties also that can be protected. So that we'll see later, right? So now altogether, like a patent in the sense like it is an exclusive monopoly rights that are giving to the inventor, okay, and by the government of India under the provisions of patent laws for the disclosure of the invention. So if you want to go for a patent, then you should satisfy 3 criteria. That is novelty and inventive step and industrial applicability. Without this, it is lacking, then your patent will not be granted. Once if you are satisfying all those things, then you can prepare the technological document. That document you can just submit to the government of India, the patent office. The patent office will give exclusive right to the inventor for a particular period, that is 20 years. Okay, so that 20 years you can enjoy your monopoly right. You can transfer your technology to many industries also. After 20 years, that it will come to the public domain and anybody can manufacture or they can take the technology. Okay, so this is the patent, right? And you see here one product. This is a cooker. What you are seeing here, this is a cooker. The cooker is having a 4 kind of like the patent forms. Like you see, construction features, they can go for this patent, right? And the features of shape and configuration, the design, you know. So for that we can go for a design registration. The name, the Premier, Hawkins, all those things, the cooker's name, you know, like the logo and the name, that can be trademark one, like we can go for a trademark. And this copyright, the inside one booklet will be that can be copyrighted also. So one product is having a different IP. And the question will come to your mind, like, why should I obtain patents? What is the need of doing these things? Because everybody will ask, sir, patent பண்றதுனால என்ன யூஸ் சார் நமக்கு அப்படினு கேக்குறாங்க இல்லையா? So that it's not like that. Like you see, once if you are doing it, you can get this much benefits. Like you can disseminate research to the society's benefit. Okay, whatever you do the research, like everybody will ask, the funding agency also will ask, what is the social relevance of your project? Okay, so what you are going to give in the society? Okay, so you can, whatever your the research outcome, that is a novelty one, then you can convert it into a product, and the product will go to the society and the society will get benefited. Okay, and you can also level the playing field and stimulate the markets also, like and the market competition will come and increase the value of an institution. I told you that once the institution is having a more IP, then the ranking also, it is very useful. Okay, you can just show your IP things. For that they have a separate weightage, and you can generate revenue for the institution also. So you will also get royalty and licensing fee. So through that, the institution also will get some share, and the inventor also, of course, the inventor also will get. Okay, so based on your institutional IP policy, you can just establish like this how much share you will get in the inventor as well as the institute. So that's what like this is the main thing. Okay, and if you are seeing the advantages of patent, like it avoids a duplication of research. Once if you are going for this kind of IP, like patenting or all those things, you know, like a copyright, so there will not be any duplication of research also, because in that product or a process, that is the first kind of things you are going to protect. Okay, so there is no word of like a plagiarism or copying or duplication, nothing. So you are the pioneer of that particular thing. Okay, so thereby you can avoid the duplication of research, and it keeps abreast with the latest development in different fields of technology also. So whenever we are going for any product, you know, like we will be giving some technological improvisation. Okay, so that the latest the features, latest developments we can give in that technology. Okay, and it helps industry to improve existing technology to produce a cheaper and better product also, and it serves as an indicator of achievements in R&D institution that we have seen in previous slides. Okay. And this is that IPR peak. If you are seeing here, there are three components. One is the human capital, that is very important. Without that, we cannot do anything, because the experience, skills, and creativity will come only from the human. Okay. For that, we have to develop the human resources, and through that experience and skills, creativity, we can come up with some data, process, know-how, innovations like the drawings and the documents, all those things. That we will call it as intellectual assets. Okay. So once if you have these intellectual assets, we can go for protecting your patent, copyright, design, trademark, whatever. So each component, like it's having a separate legal rights, criteria for grant, territorial rights, and fixed term, everything is there. So in patent, I told you three criteria. What are those criteria, participants? What is the three criteria I told you for doing patent? Excuse me, participants, interact பண்ணுங்க. What is the three criteria I told you?
Novelty, sir.
Yeah.
Novelty could be there.
Oh, only novelty is there, but another two component. Three criteria I told you, no?
Novelty, innovation, inventive should be inventive step in that.
Yeah, novelty, inventive step, and the commercial application also.
Yeah, commercial.
Right? Good. Okay. And next one, we'll come to the trademark. Trademark also is very important. It is a sign or logo. It is related to this. But companies, they are spending a lot of money and time for making this kind of a unique logo or names. Okay. So that is mostly this, the quality also related to that trademark. And we cannot say that the trademark, all the trademark products are having a quality one also. Okay. It's not like that. But they are making a unique logo, and to attract the consumers, and also like to competitiveness in the business things also. So that is very important. So for that, they are making this kind of a unique trademark also. Okay. So you see, can you recognize all those things? So easily we can say that this is a Tata, Fenner, Bajaj, and Suzuki, these Cadbury's and Nike also. Okay. So people now, they are very much interested to purchase the trademark one, isn't it? Like, so they are very fond of purchasing all those things also. But it's also having some the meaning also, like why companies keep changing their logos. Even companies also, they are changing. What is the reason? Anybody?
Reason behind the logos, there could be an idea.
Yeah.
So idea, and that if you should be appealing to the people as well.
Yeah. So the people's liking also, because the generation to generation, like people, they are liking is different. So if it is like this now, nobody will like this the logo. But you see, it is a very stylish one, right? And also some meaning also will be there. Some with some logo, it's connected to that one also. Okay. And here the companies, like they are spending a lot of money and time to spend this kind of create unique logo names. Okay. And you see this Coca-Cola, some example I will show you. Like in 1886, the Coca-Cola was like this, the logo, trademark. And now you see, after this much evaluation, like in now 2009, it is like this, 2009 onwards, right? And even in the India Post also, they have changed from this one to this one. Even the food companies, like I told you, food processing companies with the trademark, you see like Nestle India, Parle Agro, Britannia, Wendy's Chicken, and this Dairy Milk, and all those things. Okay. And these are the top 10 food process companies, like with their trademarks also. I told you that do the trademark have any meaning? That yeah, it is. I think you know very well what is Amazon.com. A to Z you will get, right? And also like in the families, you see in the families is the Reader's Digest magazine, the letter ILA are transformed to show a simplified and stylish family of three. So these are some meaning also is related to this. And apart from that, yeah, just like your patent, for trademark, the criteria is there. What are the three criteria? One is a non-descriptive one and a non-generic, and it should be not identical also. So if you are satisfying these three criteria, then you will get a trademark registration. So Apple for computers, it is a non-descriptive. Okay, so it is allowed, right? But iSoft for a software, it is a descriptive one, so it is not allowed. So to do the trademark registration, the three criteria that we have to follow: non-descriptive, non-generic, and not identical. Also, I think you know very well what is not identical. And there are different forms of trademark, like they are giving trademark for the word mark also, logo, packaging of goods, and certification mark and sound mark, the roaring sound of MGM line, I think you might have seen in the TV, and smell mark and shape of goods, like the bottles, the soft drink bottles, you know, like Coca-Cola, Miranda. So these are unique the design structures, so that can be trademark. So these are the benefits of trademark registration: nationwide protection from the date of application, and it will exclude others from using the mark or its varieties, and we can also stop infringing goods at the dock. Thereby you can we will get enhanced damages also, and you get to use the symbol, the R. Okay, so once it is registered, then you will get a R symbol in the circle. And just these industrial designs, like the exterior designs, you know, like ornamental or aesthetic aspect of a product, that article, that can be we can register for as a design also. Okay, so this see, like in the cameras, like Nikon, Sony, all those cameras, you know, like it's having a unique structures, the exterior structures, that can be registered as a design. And the ornamentals also, okay, the 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional designs, that can be go for design registration. But it should be a novel one. Okay, so that is new or original, and it should not like previously published it also. So these are the very important, that once if you have that things, that can be registered as a design. And next is the copyright. And copyright, it is an exclusive right given to the creator of original work, maybe a literary or artistic work, to prevent unauthorized copying or reproducing their works by others. For that, we are getting the copyright. And in academic sector, like we can do, like whenever we are writing a book or editing a book, that can be copyrighted. Or if you have any manual, a laboratory manual, that can be copyrighted also. Okay, but it should be an original one, right? So this is the two things, that it should be an original one, and they are giving copyright only for the expression of thoughts, not to the ideas, right? So that is the important thing. So under these 6 categories, you know, like under the section 13 in Copyright Act, so you can go for copyright. Okay, so like your books, essay compilation will comes under literary, including software, and the drawings, paintings, photographs, all those things, artistic will come, and musical notations, that will come under the musical, and compact disc and any videos, that will be like in the cinematography. So these are the 6 categories that you can go for your copyright protection. And the copyright does not protect the facts, ideas, systems, and method of operation also. So there are 2 rights is involved here that you should know in the copyright. You know, like we know, like economic rights, that to derive financial reward from the use of his work, that we are getting. So the lump sum amount we are getting. But another right also is linked with that copyright, that is a moral rights, to preserve the personal link between himself and the work. If without your consent, if the publishers, they are going to change anything in that your book, so without your consent, then you can claim that moral rights also. Okay, so in copyright there are 2 rights: one is economic right, and another one is moral right. Okay, so these are the symbol like related to copyright, and the circle C, and the registered trademark, the R in the circle they will put, and the TM means unregistered trademark, like that is the in the pipeline, like they might have just started the process, so we can put a TM. And another one is the service mark, they will put like this. Okay, and next one is that trade secret. The best kept secret till date is the Coca-Cola. Okay, and there are many companies, you know, like some information is very confidential information that they are keeping under the trade secret. Okay, so nobody knows, only the 2 company CEOs only knows in the Coca-Cola ingredients, right? So that is the thing involved in that trade secret, right? And here, how you can do this trade secret, you can safeguard, like restricting number of people having access to secret information, and the signing confidentiality agreements with the business partners and the employees. And you can also using protective techniques like digital data security tools, and restricting entry into area where the trade secret is worked or held. Okay, so these are things that we have to we can do under the trade secret also, right? And another one is that geographical indication. Okay, so this is also like it's a sign or tag identifying the product originating from a particular territory, particular area. Like there the product may be like the very reputed or the quality oriented, the quality and the reputation. These kind of characteristics only available from that particular region only. Okay, so that is for that geographical origins they are giving this GI. So there are many product already they have GI in Tamil Nadu, like more than 40-45 products already they have GI tag. Okay, so here the important thing is that it do not confer individual rights, unlike your trademark or this copyright or your patent. So here they will not give individual rights, and they will give for the association. Okay, so the group of people they will get this GA registration, and it will be owned by the community. Okay, maybe the association of that producers they will get. And this is the logo of geographical indication of Indian logo. And why GA has to be protected? Like it denote the quality and origin of the products and good reputation also, and it prevent the goods from becoming a generic also. And we can also protect the domestic market from the competitors, and this product will give a value added one, and so definitely the local people will get benefited. Okay, we will also get like a legal protection also, the date of time of that registration, and the local producers and farmers will get benefited, and we can enhance the rural development also, and reduces unfair trade practices, and it preserves local culture and the resources, and it provides complete information to the consumers. And we can apply this through this GA registry available in Chennai Patent Office. So you can submit all the information related to that, and you can get it. The term of protections, like the patent they are giving 20 years, but here it is unlimited period, but you have to renew every 10 years once. Okay. And the main difference is like the GA cannot be used for mortgages and licenses. Unlike your patent can be, once patent is granted, you can go for mortgages and licenses, but here you cannot do. So these are the India's famous GAs like banana shells, pashmina shawls, Bengal cotton, basmati rice, nilgiri, all those things. And these are GA tagged from Tamil Nadu, Madurai Malligai, nilgiri, Coimbatore wet grinder, Sirumalai hill banana. And recently, like in 2019, the Kodaikanal Malaikundu, that is a garlic, they have given GI tag registered, and it's having a lot of unique characteristic. Okay, and based on that, they have done it, and a lot of literatures also shown about this garlic in very old journals. Like some 20 years before, 30 years before, they were telling about this. Garlic, like it's having a lot of nutritional and therapeutic values, and even the harvesting and post-harvest technologies also is very unique. How to keep the garlic like after harvesting, how to store it, all those things is very unique in nature. The cultivation also, like the terrace farming of cultivation, all those things very unique, and they have submitted, and finally they have got this GI tag for this Kodaikanal garlic. And based on that, you see, like one study has reported that it is compared to other garlic, it comes under this number one. Okay, and also like you see here the prices also, like 170 to 220 rupees compared to other garlic varieties. So the value added also. So like we can say like it's a value added product for that particular geographically indicated that product. Like so the good reputation also will be there, and so the local farmers or local producers, they will also get benefited. Okay, right. So this is all about the GA. And the another one is that I told you, like other types of IPR, that is plant protection varieties and the traditional knowledge. So generally the traditional knowledge cannot be patented. Okay, so this it comes under the non-patentable. Okay, so inventions which are a traditional knowledge or an aggregation or duplication of known practices of traditionally known component or components that cannot be patented. Okay, but now people what they are doing, like any value addition using that traditional knowledge leading to a new process or a new product. So they will combine with some other product, and so that can be like patented. Okay, the novel with the inventive step and industrial applicability, that can be patented. Like the extraction of hazardous acting from the neem, that is patented one. Okay, and as such, that neem you cannot go for any patenting because it is a traditionally people they are using it. Okay, but here your inventive step is there. You are isolated. You have extracted the hazard acting. Okay, so that process is a different one. Okay, so how to get that hazard acting is that is the invention. Okay, so for that you can go for. Otherwise, generally the traditional knowledge cannot be patented. And the next one is that the plant variety and the plant protection variety that the Farmers Act, that is comes under this ICR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and you can also protect your plant varieties that develop like hybrid seeds and any disease or disease resistant varieties. So many breeders they have come up with many varieties that can be protected under this PPVR and that the Farmers Act. Okay, and you can protect rights of farmers and plant breeders also, and you can ensure the availability of high quality seeds and the planting materials of improved varieties also. So this is about the plant protection varieties. So the question will come to your mind like what can be patented and what cannot be. Okay, so anything that qualifies as an invention that can be patented, maybe a new product or a new equipment or machine or new manufacture or new process with the technological advancement, that can be patented. But only thing is that the criteria is it should be a novel one and the inventive step should be there, then commercial application should be there. So that once if it is there, then you can go for patent. What cannot be patented, like anything is against the law of nature or physical phenomena, anything frivolous or contrary to the natural laws, that cannot be patented. And anything against law and mortality and the negative thinking, that cannot be patented. Okay, so whatever you invent, that should be useful for the people. Okay, so that can be patented. And treating disease like the medical or surgicals, that cannot be patented, but the medical equipments are patentable one, right? And if anything is duplication or rearrangement or combinations without new information, like suppose any product, that product is in a unique design will be there, and it's mere if you are just changing the design or the colors, so without adding any additional features, so that cannot claim as a new product. Okay, so that cannot be patented also. And the method of agriculture and horticulture, like the cultivation of algae, producing a new form of a known plant or preparation of an improved soil, that cannot be patented because it is already existed in the biodiversity. Okay, so that cannot be patented. And however, agricultural equipments are patentable. Many agricultural equipments, the innovative products has come into the market. Okay, so with that, we can do the agriculture practices very easily, and these kind of things that can be patented. And these also non-patentable, like plants and animals in whole, or parts of plants and animals and seeds and varieties and species, that cannot be patented. But this can be like we can protect under the Plant Protection Varieties and Farmers Act. So what are the consequences of ignorance? If you are not doing or if you are not registering these things, so what will happen? So if you are not doing, somebody might patent also the technology, okay, and you cannot claim after that. So the priority basis only they will give. Who is filing first, then they will get the priority, okay. And if you are not registering, then the competitors will take advantage. You cannot, the competitors will get ready-made technology without spending much resources, and will not be able to license it also, and will not be able to generate revenues. Thereby, you will be losing all your whatever the money and time you spend. It will go waste, right? And will not be able to obtain return on the investment also. Whatever, how much amount and the time you spend, that you cannot get it. Okay, so for that you have to go for this the filing the patents or registering the copyright or trademark, whatever, all those things. Otherwise, you will be losing all those benefits. And this is the fees for filing the patent. Like you'll be like around 8,900 rupees you have to pay. This is the basic things like the application complete specification and request for examination and express publication also. If you want, you can pay. So altogether, the 8,900 will come like individual. If you are filing an individual and as a organization through organization also. So when you are working in an organization, you have to file your patent through organization name. The applicant name will come your college or university name. Okay, so this is the fee structure. And this is the terms of different IPs, like patent 20 years, they are giving the monopoly right, and trademark 10 years and can be renewed, design 15 years, and geographic indication 10 years and can be renewed for an unlimited period, and copyright author's life plus 60 years they are giving, right? So these are the different terms. And this is the filing procedure. I think probably the previous speaker, they might have taken about these filing procedures. Anyhow, I'll just briefly explain about these filing procedures. Once if you have filed the your application in the patent office, within that 18 months they will be publishing also, or otherwise if you are paying the early publication fees, then it will be published within 3 to 4 weeks. And after publication, then within 48 months, then the request for examination will come. For that, we have to apply the examination also, request for examination. Then they will send you, they will take your application for examination, and they will send the report, and that report within that 6 months, we have to give the reply. Okay, that is FER, first examination report. So once if you have submitted that report, then the response you have submitted, then they will call for a hearing. If any issues are there, then they will call for a hearing, or otherwise your patent will be granted, that will be disposed. Okay, without a hearing also possible. So if you have still if you have any some queries, then they will call for the hearing. That the hearing time we have to satisfy all those questions. Then we have to give justification. Then if it is everything is okay, then it will be granted or it will be refused. So once if it is refused, within 3 months you can go for appeal. Then again the 50-50 chances. Okay. So like that, once if it is a patent is granted, then it will be notified in the patent journal. And after that, the post-grant apposition also will be there. Like once a patent is granted, within that 12 month of time, anybody can oppose your patent also. Some novelty, lack of novelty or anything, any issues with that, then they can rise and you have to give the justification or you have to defend all those things. Otherwise, if you are not able to do, then your patent will be, again, it will be refused. And the post-grant opposition, like the pre-grant opposition also is there. Once your patent is published, then it will come to the public domain. So anybody can oppose. So that time you will be calling for a hearing and you have to give the answer for that all those questions. Okay. So this is the overall filing procedures. You'll be getting like within from the 2 to 3 years, you'll be getting now the patent process is getting fast, and patent office even within a year also your patent will be granted. It depends upon the area of that invention, all those things is involved. Okay. And this is the patent certificate that we have received from our research group, and we have received this patent from Bharatiya University. The 4 patents we have received, and now we are trying to convert into a product, and we are tying up with some industries like this is for some anti-diabetic and product and nutraceuticals also. So this is the benefits if you are seeing IPR protection, like once if you are doing this IPR protection, you will be getting benefits personal level and national and social level also. In personal level, you will be like getting recognition. Okay, in your wherever you are working in the organization, you will be getting the recognition, and you will get a revenue also, and motivation for further innovation. Suppose if you have filed a patent and it was granted, then you will be motivated to do many more also. So that is the personal effect and benefit. And the national level, if everybody is started doing like this, then I told you the first slide, the economic status, the growth also will enhance. Okay, so the nation's economic growth will enhance, and also like improve nation's intellectual capabilities. So our Indian intellectual capabilities will come to in the limelight, and thereby that we will get overall development also. Nation's overall development will be there. And the social benefits we are seeing, like it is a welfare of public. Okay, and definitely. So many product and things will come to the society will get benefited, and thereby they will be getting like enhanced quality and the enjoyment of life. Okay, so this is the main the benefits of IP protection once we are doing. So these all are about the overview of this IP, and try to whenever you are having any like this kind of a novel idea or innovative ideas, so try to file it, okay, and you should have sufficient data also. So without that, the mere ideas cannot be patented, okay. So if anything is in your mind, you can file the patent, or otherwise, whatever the research, the fruits, like it will be snatched by others, okay. So immediately you have to file the patent, and you can get the rights, and you can enjoy the monopoly rights for a particular period, and you can also generate revenues. So that revenues will be used for your institution as well as the individual inventors also. So this is the overall benefits of IP protection. So here I'll stop it, and if you have any questions, you can interact with me.
Thank you, sir. This session was very much informative. Participants, if you have any questions regarding IPR, you can feel free to ask, sir.
Yeah, I think now you can interact. Lecture is over. Yeah, some questions are besides access to medicine or there. What is that? If you have any questions, you can just type it in the chat box also. What is the intellectual property issues that implicate the protection of human rights? I don't think. What is that, Praveen Royal? What is your question? I am not understanding. You can just interact. Any other questions?
Good morning, sir. A very informative session, sir. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question, sir. So we are going for patenting. So do we, other than patenting in India, if you want to patent or file some in the other parts of the world, are there any merits and demerits to that?
What you want to do patent with other countries?
Yes, sir. Do we have any merits and demerits?
Pardon? Do you have? What your voice is not clear. That's what.
Other than patenting in India, if you patent or file in other parts of the world, are there any merits and demerits?
No, there is merits and there is no merits and demerits. Like suppose if you want to do with some other countries also, like first you have to like in Indian country first you have to file the patent. Okay, so within that from the date of filing, like within 12 months you have to apply for other countries also. Suppose your invention, your product is very important, like very much used by that country, then you can protect your product in that same country also. There is no merits and demerits. So if you want, you can protect there also, because suppose in the Europe countries they are using this product, or it is very useful for the that country, then you can protect there also. You can protect your invention. So like that only.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
But before that, you have to file the patent in India. Then within that 12 months, you can apply for other countries also.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, that is the procedure. Any other?
Sir, there is a question in the chat box by Rupali. Can we get patent for the same product?
Where it is? Designing product. What, madam? What?
Can we get patent for the same product?
Like, can we get patent for same product means what? Same product you will not get because there is no novelty. Get patent for same product means what? Already patented products that can be patented, like that you are asking? That cannot be.
Rupali, if you are online, can you unmute yourself and answer to sir's query, what you have raised, the question raised by you?
It is clear, ma'am. I think what she is asking, like that, we cannot do it because already the patented one. That how we can do for another patent?
Sir, not for already patented product. Means that type or that same product will be. Can we get for
No, your question is, can we get patent for same product? Means what?
same product means type of products like sauce, like medicine.
No,
Same.
same product. Suppose this is a mobile phone, all right? So this is a mobile phone. This is one type, and its features and other things are different. But this is iPhone, and Samsung also they are having phone. So they are having a separate software and separate all those things. So they can go for a patent. That's not, so. But only thing is that some technological innovation should be there. Improvisation is should be there. Okay, some specific. Technological solution should be there in that particular product because cell phone we are having a number of cell phones. Not all the cell phones are a patented one.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir,
Yeah.
I have a question, sir. If we are patenting for some medicinal plants or some ointments or something related to like medicines,
Hmm.
if the product is uh, already patent, but we are improving its quality or we are doing something to improve its quality, so that we can patent it again or what we
Suppose
do.
for any that drug or what you are asking.
So for all medicinal plants, like we are doing research in
No,
that
you,
medicinal
you
plants.
cannot patent for a medicinal plant, madam. That is you
Like
should
we are,
understand.
finally we are coming with a product like
Yeah,
ointment or
that product is having, you have to prove it. Like the previous product is having some issues, and we have come up with a new solution like that. You have to prove it. Then it is possible. The same product you will not get, but suppose a product is having some issues or lacuna something, so that you sort it out and you have come up with some potential one. So there your invention you have to explain properly, and the inventive step also, like how you are derived or how you have done it, all those things you have to show. Some advantages over the previous product that you have to categorize properly, then it is possible.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I think no more question, you can conclude.
Okay, I think there are no more questions from the audience side. Thank you, sir. The session was very informative about intellectual property rights, its basic features, patenting, and its advantages. Thank you, sir, for that was very thoughtful.
Thank you, madam. Can I leave now?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The next session is about to start shortly.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Sundara. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
The next speaker of the day. Check. Our next speaker for the day, Dr. Kshitish K. Acharya, Professor Transcriptomics and Reproductive Biology at Institute of Bioinformatics and Applied Biotechnology, Bangalore. Sir started his research career with his wildlife studies in the Western Ghats forests. He obtained his PhD from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Some of his professional experiences involve postdoctoral fellow at IISc Bangalore, postdoctoral fellow at the Cell Biology Department, University of Virginia, USA, head of research and production units, Yashraj Biotechnology Limited, Mumbai, founder and director of Shodhaka Life Science Private Limited in 2008, and worked as its director from 2009 till 2019. Founder of Biological Data Analysis Association, BDataA, in 2015. Some of his awards and recognitions involve Purgatory Post Doctoral Fellowship, Visiting Fellow to the University of Sydney, Indo-French ICT Conference Speaker at South Korea. He has acted as invite speaker in multiple conferences in India, as a jury member on multiple occasions for startup selections. He has conducted more than 50 different courses in many areas, including genomics, transcriptomics, and proteomics. He has also trained 4 doctoral students and more than 50 interns. He has more than 40 publications with a citation of 500. We take immense pleasure in welcoming Professor Satish K. Acharya to enlighten us with his knowledge on research ethics. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. So again, very good morning to everyone. I hope I am audible and you should be able to see my screen soon. I will start sharing my screen now. And I request all of you to feel free to ask any questions you might have at any point during the presentation. Okay, because I strongly believe that whatever time we spend as a speaker or as an audience member, it should be useful to us finally. So for that, it is very important that you ask questions rather than me simply giving lectures. I do have a set of slides. I do have a flow in my mind. But at the same time, I didn't want to go on giving a lecture. So anytime you have a question, definitely feel free to interject. Or if you just want to share a comment, that's also fine. Okay, because some of you might know some aspects better than me, and it is absolutely okay to share your opinions. So the topic I have taken today is research ethics and open discussion and debate. So I deliberately kept this topic as an open discussion and debate. As I told, I would like to talk to you all during the presentation. Now, before I actually talk about things, I like telling stories. So let me start with one story that came to my mind when I picked up this topic. This is story number 1, the Himalayan history. So you know there are a lot of fossils people study. You might have seen the Jurassic Park and things like that, where fossil studies have become common knowledge to a lot of people. So like that, geologists, not zoologists, geologists also study fossils. And one of the geologists published a paper in Nature some time back. And after a few years, I think in 1979 or something like that, somebody got suspicious about it. And then eventually that other researcher published a paper saying that the first research article that was published was basically a fraud. And the first research article published was by an Indian scientist. I don't want to name the scientist, but he is from India only. And the case became very intriguing, and eventually he was actually sacked. So the story goes like this. This gentleman, this so-called scientist, had actually taken certain rocks from different places, took pictures and made a paper out of it and published. There is no way you can actually get that stone from that Himalayan mountains, and it is basically completely fake data. Okay, and it brought a lot of bad name to India, and this guy actually apparently threatened the scientist, the other scientist from, I think that guy was from Australia, and some of his colleagues, after this complaint was filed, this was famous scientist by that time in India. So he went to court, and the university had removed him, suspended him, but eventually the court did not find evidence. It's very difficult to prove things in some of these cases. And eventually he was reinstated as a professor in the same university, and eventually he retired. But meanwhile, one of his colleagues who sort of corroborated with the story of false data presentation accidentally killed. And so there are a lot of bad things that happened during these things. And we were, when we were PhD students, or maybe soon after that, we used to hear these stories. Very ugly and very disappointing behavior. So this is one story I wanted to share with you. When we talk about ethics, this is one of the best examples that comes. I will tell you a lot of stories like that, but why am I telling you these stories? I would like to communicate certain points to you, and by the end of this talk or discussion or debate, depending on what it's going to be, you should be able to, this is my goal, okay? So I'm going to tell stories and discuss and things like that, but the goal we have is common. That is unshaken. That's precise. I would like to specify, or you should be able to specify, the research areas of ethical concerns. Okay, in research there are certain areas of ethical concerns. You already saw one example and you have a hint of it. I'll come back to that. The second point of achievement that we would like to have, a small accomplishment, is to provide examples of unethical practices. You should be able to do that. If not this precise one, I'm not giving you specifics, but at least hypothetical ones. What are the things people can do wrong? What things can go wrong in proper research? So you should be able to provide examples. You should also be able to discuss the ethical aspects of research in your own domain, because you come from different background. That's what I have learned, and that makes my job a little challenging. But because we are keeping it open for discussion, I hope you will be able to, no matter, like I talked about geology now, it doesn't matter. Falsification of data is an example that I gave you right now. And I'm sure you can extend that to your own domain very easily. If not, we will discuss that. So these are our goals, okay? So let's make sure that we will be able to achieve this. And in these aspects, if you have anything already in your mind, you can please share with me, and we can discuss those aspects as well. So let it be completely open, please, okay? So with these goals in mind, let's continue. Before we move further, so let's look at the definitions of ethics. I'm sure you all know this, but just to recap. Ethics basically has two meanings. One, it deals with the moral principles that govern the conducting of an activity. For example, research in this case. What moral principles govern research activity? Or it's the branch of knowledge that deals with such moral principles. Research, on the contrary, you know, it's a totally different world, and it's about systematic investigation, a methodical investigation into and study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. So accumulation of information and knowledge, it's one of the goals. Of course, there is applied science also later that comes. But when we do research, do you face ethical challenges? Yes, it seems like that. We in general do not do that. We don't become unethical in general. We human beings are ethical species. We are an ethical species, I feel. So normally our moral senses are right. If left to nature, natural senses, I think in wildlife we would be pretty ethical and morally correct. So I might actually seem to contradict, because if you look at corruption around and then people ignoring a dying child on the road because they have so many obligations and things like that, or they think so, it may seem contradicting. But the innate potential thinking, if you look at us, every one of us will feel happy to help others. Being positive always gives us pleasure, and this is our nature. If you look at from the childhood, people behave in a particular way. Eventually it is shaped differently, because of the societal pressures. That's different. But in essence, we are ethical. And ethical concerns in research can be very subtle. These are the 2 points we should note. So even though we are ethical in general, society can shape us a little differently, and our perceptions can be, what we think is ethical might change with time and with experience. That is one thing. And in research, the things can be very subtle. Now, one more thing I just wanted to tell. In the end, I will try to repeat some of the important points, and I will share the notes with you in the chat box also, and I'm willing to share the slides also. So you don't have to worry about making notes and all that. Just sit back and relax, but let's just talk. And if you are if you have any questions, please turn on your microphone and ask the question. That's what I would request, because I'm showing the full slide mode. I can't see the chat box. Okay, so my request is for you to ask the questions. So anyway, so now, moral of I started with story. In this context, what is the story? Meaning, I'm saying we are ethical, but we could be suddenly becoming non-ethical in different things. We know that. And when it comes to research, what is ethical? There is no legal norm here. It is more like self-bound rules and all that. So, and a good example that we saw in the case that actually happened, where I did not give the real specifics. I don't want to make it a legal issue, but these are facts. Actually, I will give you references in the end for all these things. So the Himalayan history story I told you, the take-home message should be that fame, publication, degree, promotion, etc. cannot be the main purpose of a research project. This is very important, I feel. So we are a lot of times doing research for the sake of all these things. That's not right, actually. We sometimes tell our students, isn't it? So marks is not so important. It is important to some extent, but that is not the reason why students are supposed to be there and we are supposed to be teaching. We are supposed to be educating students about certain things. We are supposed to impart knowledge. We are supposed to inculcate skills. We're supposed to inspire them. We are supposed to make them grow in the right direction in terms of knowledge and skills and overall personality. These are the real purposes. Now, to measure that, we have marks and exams, but how sad it is to make marks and exams and the degree itself the ultimate goal. That is sad, isn't it? And a lot of times we have ourselves, we have trapped in the system. That's not right. The same way, for research, there is a different purpose. To get famous, to get publications, to get degrees itself should not become the motto. When that becomes, a lot of times there is a pressure to present false data. And presenting false data just to report a paper and to get in a big journal, etc. Like Nature, for example, has the highest impact factor among the journals. It's one of the highest, at least. So to present in that type of paper and to become famous, the scientist seems to have presented false data. It is not only just unethical, it is criminal in my way, in my own perception. Okay, it is pure criminal. And that is the story we should learn. This person, actually, from being the topmost scientist, whatever was his fame, he became equally opposite. Today, he's a classical example of what not to do. So when you talk about ethical research, we give his example first. Okay, so we should do research for our own satisfaction, for the pursuit of truth, for the pursuit of knowledge, for the pursuit of discoveries. That should be the goal. And eventually, of course, we report it, we publish, and if it is good, if it is something outstanding, we may become famous, etc., etc., and PhD degree will be awarded. All that can happen. But doing it for the sake of the degree or publication alone is not good research in my mind, because that's what leads to this type of unethical practices, which is one of the most important common thing that happens is false data presentation when reporting research findings. Now, before I continue, I requested you to ask questions in between. So are there any questions? I did not see anything so far, but okay, so there are comments about yesterday's session. Okay, so are there any questions for me so far? You can turn on your mic and ask, please. I still
Hello,
see
sir.
comments coming from previous.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Ajay very well pointed out the importance of research and to avoid the fake research. But as we talk about the government policies, so there are mandatory, I think, for the universities things. Okay, for the university professors and assistant associate professor, research is mandatory because the universities are they are evaluated on the their NAC criteria is mostly evaluated on the research.
Yeah.
But when while entering the university as assistant associate professor, I think at many points there is no importance given to the person's individual research skills. They will be appointed as assistant associate professors, though the person's having a research potential or not. Okay, so if we are willing to do the very good research, then it means that we're supposed to take a good a person which have good research skills. When we put these things aside and later we expect the research from those particular individuals, I think at that particular moment such things happens where the person get biased with his own results or when he tend to go for more fake.
Yes, so I get your point, Mr. Praveen. So you are absolutely right, and that's the problem with the system, and system is always like that. And if you ask our students, most of the students will blame us and the system for whatever is being done wrongly. So we unfortunately are in that situation where universities, I mean, most of our policies are like that because of the type of democratic system among, incompletely educated, let me say in broad. This is the problem. So people make policies. So what is the idea here? People have realized that research is very important for the society's growth, for the nation's growth. So how do we push it? They make research compulsory. This is false approach, but they have made it. But just like we have made, that's why I was giving the analogy of the students, because we all have been students as well. So it somehow comes into the picture there, and it is forced upon us now. When it is forced on us, the goal has to be fine. If I get involved in research, for us individually only we can decide these things right now. So if any one of us wants to get into research, we should do it by really learning it and be really understanding what is research, and then getting into a subject of topic of my interest, and we should do it. And publication will come their way. Instead, if I simply focus on the publication itself, that's the wrong trend, is my point. So we should to change the approach, because if we simply focus on publication or degree or promotion, etc., then eventually we not only do injustice to the research we are doing, but we actually are corroding the entire system, and that's the problem. And the science itself is killed, research itself, activities itself become very weak. In science, eventually there will be hollow system. That's the problem. But you are right, whatever points you said is absolutely right. I understand that issue is there. So we had a certain question from Mr. Rajendra, I think. You please turn on your mic and ask question. Hello.
So I would like to ask another thing as well. Okay. In research, okay, in my previous experience in abroad as well, I came across this particular. When I said I got a negative results, then my mentor said there is only results. There is no positive or negative results. It would be only results. So I said, okay, I got these things. I repeated twice and all those things. But when we try to communicate the same results, okay, even journals, taking the journals, okay, reputed journals, they see toward the data as only positive data. Means it is
That's
very
true.
difficult to
That's true. I
publish
understand.
negative results as well.
Yeah, I mean,
So how we
yeah,
can
yeah.
balance?
So
I don't know how this.
absolutely right, Mr. Praveen. So that is something I face even today. I have about 500 plus citations, and I have friends who have 20,000 plus citations. But I have also seen researchers who have only 50 citations. And getting papers, even whatever, no matter what was successful, I have talked to my friends also. It's very difficult, and it is okay. I think we have to compete and then get. If we report, sometimes it's not fair. Sometimes it is fair. It is patience testing and all that. But these are the times our motivation is tested, and this people who actually stick to the true nature of science will only eventually contribute good to the society and for the science, etc. So it is extremely important to be patient, and then there is no shortcut. Unfortunately, these type of unfair feelings we do get, but that cannot be the reason for what I'm saying, right? So that's the type of what the other scientists did. We should never do that type of thing. That's all I'm saying, and I'm sure you agree with me, right, on those lines. Right. So we do go through testing times. There is no doubt about it. Okay. So, but and eventually that's what it is. That's the story everywhere. In fact, if you talk about film industry or cricket or anywhere, it is the same type of story everywhere. A little bit different, but obviously, but it is possible that if we stick to our own motivation to do good research, that's the only time it will be successful. Now, you talked about people being trained, untrained, and all that. That's where the training and things like that, I'll try to talk about that a little bit. But individually, we all have to realize this, that if I want to be a good researcher, I have to enable myself by training first and then do a good quality research. That's the only way. Too much pressure. If we are ever, some of us are in the decision-making place, we should not create undue pressure on people just to publish and things like that. Because one of the things that happens very wrong in the colleges and universities is you ask them to teach 70-80% of their time and then do 20% of time research. How is that possible? So these are some of the things we all can agree upon. So there is a need to actually give time to do research and then enable them, as you rightly said. Okay. So, Mr. Rajendra, do you have a question? I see your hand being raised. If you have, you please turn on your mic and speak. Otherwise, I'd like to continue. Okay. So maybe you can ask me anytime. I saw the hand going around. So that's the first moral of the story. And then let me continue with the next story now. The second story is about COVID-19 cure. Okay. So this is something, again, I witnessed. There was a doctor who was an Ayurvedic doctor, actually, and he was apparently a very famous doctor, and he also was a scientist. I did not know that. So he took about 10 patients. Okay, so maybe I'll just type as the story itself. As I type, you will know the story. So he took 10 patients in the very early days of the COVID-19. He took 10 patients. And he treated them with an Ayurvedic composition. Okay, Ayurveda, why Ayurveda? Some drug, okay, doesn't matter. Some drug he treated the patients with, and he saw what is the result. And he found 9, first they said 9, and then eventually they said 10 out of 10. Everyone survived. Okay, so fantastic. So it is 100% result. Okay, so actually the correction here, 10 persons. Okay. Persons who are COVID positive. Okay, 10 COVID positive patients. Why am I telling this story? The irony here is this person, you yourself will know what is the story. If I, in the end, you will yourself know. So here, the point is, we knew that 90% of the positive people don't even go to hospital. And this story, by the way, this is a miracle drug, etc. This was in the name of Ayurveda, in the name of something else, in the name of that doctor. It became very big news in the local news here in the state. And this has happened across India also, I'm sure, in different places. They don't even have to go to hospital in most cases. We know that. So in such a case, if I take 10, that means, and the death rate by that time was later about 1% is the death rate. Now, in such a situation, if I take 10 people who are positive and then treat them with the drug and then say that all the 10 survived, how ridiculous is that? But it did not matter. The doctor went ahead and then published this, doctor or scientist or whatever you call that person, publicized it, and the news media, the TV reporters, etc., got onto this and then said, okay, this person, we have a drug cure, etc. It was, and a lot of people actually bought that drug, and then they felt literally that they are being protected. Because 100 people take it, anyway 99 people don't die. I hope you get the point, okay? So the important thing to note here, the moral of the story is, if you don't focus on the study design, you will come up with a story. And again, the focus was there on the fame here also, and maybe commercial interest as well, I do not know. But if the study design is not done, if the testing methods are not robust, and if the researcher is not self-critical, then things go bad. Every researcher has to be self-critical and be eager to receive criticism. This is the hallmark of a scientist. We are not religious people, right, where we get offended when somebody asks a question. We are scientists. We would like to receive criticism. We would like to think about, oh, I did not think like this. This is a nice view of thinking, nice way of thinking, etc. Sometimes we debate, but we don't argue for the sake of arguing, isn't it? That's the important aspect of a researcher. So from the day I propose a research, it's very important to be open to criticisms, plan things correctly. I mean, if I have to do the same type of study, what is the good plan, you now know, right? So if there are 100 people, I can't even talk to anybody unless I have 1,000 people recruited. If I have 1,000 people, I have 10 of them potentially going for, hospital to a fatal stage. Then if those 10 people survive, instead of 10, I have only 3, only 3 dying, or 5 only dying out of 1,000. That is still a significant result statistically, because you have reduced the death rate by 50%. Of course, in science, even people don't accept that. They want 30,000 number or 10,000 number. But that's where, to my satisfaction, at least 1,000 was that the best number I could get, and I could at least show something. It's not a great research paper, but at least I have 1,000 number. Now, to make it famous, to make myself famous, I should not go to 10,000, or I should not do this type of stupid thing just because I'm already famous. I just go out with 10 people and then try to make a big story out of it. So the scientific understanding of sample size determination, the statistics I use, the conclusions that are likely to be drawn, etc., we have to foresee these things and plan our studies very well. Otherwise, again, our focus, as I told in the first story end, our focus would be more on publishing something sensational, or get a paper out, and this type of false goals will be there. So we can't keep, because if we keep those type of goals, again, everyone has reason to blame the system, except the poorest people. So they just have to suffer, isn't it? So for all of the rest of us who are well-to-do reasonably, we have a responsibility, and we cannot actually not know the significance of the purpose of research, not know the significance of study design, etc., being educated. So that's the one of the reasons why people fall victims to the situations, and because of the pressures, etc., they somehow start manipulating things. So in the beginning only, it takes time and patience, but we plan our study well and do the experiments correctly. That's the requirement right now. I hope you got my point from the second story. If there are questions, let me know, please, or comments. Okay, so if you have questions anytime, as I said, you can turn on your mic and speak to me. I will just move on to the third story I have for you. With each story, I will try to bring in some important aspect of the research ethics. This is very interesting, actually. There was a conference once where this is about, again, I'm from a medical or life sciences field, so I'm giving examples from that field, but I'm sure you can come up with equivalent examples in your own domain. So this conference was very interesting. This was an international conference, okay, and we had people from different parts of the world who had come to participate in the conference, and it was sponsored. Okay, so that was interesting to know. Sponsored international conference on stem cells. So stem cells are those which can actually help our body to repair quickly. Okay, so they are in our body. That means if somebody is paralyzed, for example, they have the potential to cure the person altogether. But this is in a research stage. Now, everybody across the globe you have to do experiments first in the in the petri dish, in the laboratory, small equipment. One has to do experiments first, and then they have to do experiments in the animals, and then they have to take permission for experimenting on selected humans, okay, and volunteers. Okay, volunteers. So this is the normal process, and people had done their own work and they were presenting all this type of work. Now, one of the person, this is sponsored by a hospital, and that person kept telling in between in the discussions and all that, why are we waiting for all these regulations which make you go through this painful experiments, and eventually by the time it comes to the human beings, it is very late. A lot of people are dying and they are suffering. So you should basically avoid obstacles and straight away get to the treatment. And he used to argue like this, and of course, there was argument on both sides. Some would say, no, you should not hurry like that. You should do research, and then only test on human beings. Then he showed one video of an young person, okay, so maybe of about, let's say, 25-year-old man, okay. He had a car accident, and that paralyzed him. Okay, waist down. So from hip downwards, so both legs. Okay, and he was being treated, and he was showing videos of parents crying, sisters getting, feeling miserable, and the patient also. He shows these videos, and then he shows the treatment. Stem cell treatment was given to the person. The young man was able to walk perfectly. There was no problem at all, which is true. I mean, he actually gave the treatment and this is working. So the question then he's asking is, we are all a scientific community, urge the government to remove all hurdles for stem cell treatment. This is what he was urging the scientific community. What do you think? If you are among the audience, if you are one of the researchers, what would you say to this? He is clearly showing that the treatment worked. So what's wrong here? So why not, it's, if you can actually save patients like this and make them walk, and he's showing complete video of the family from beginning to end and it works. So what's the problem? Why is the government making so many rules that you should have this first test it on, perform experiments with spending lakhs of rupees of money, then perform animals, for which you have to take the permissions first. Then you have to apply for clinical trials and it requires again money. And then if you are permitted, you do experiments on research. By the way, he had taken permission like this for one of the patient and he was doing the research. But the government was asking for more documentation before they can actually start giving treatment for regularly without special permission. What do you think? I just want to take your opinion.
I think it is just because we give more value to human life over animals value. So first it is to be done on animals, and the data, okay, means person to person result may vary, and it may have lethal effect as well. As we don't know it is only one case. In whatever he studied, it is the only one case he is showing, but we don't know with the other individuals what may happen. And in this case, the government, it is government responsibility to show concerns over such experiments, whether it is further it is doing on mass level.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts and opinions? Yes, so that's more precisely put as well. So that's the second good point that is put in the chat box. As the individuals vary, samples should cover all age groups and so on. So it is essential. So, and that's true. So you have to make sure that it is having enough sample size. We can't get emotional with these type of things. And this person who had sponsored this workshop looked like he had a hospital of his own, and he is an MD, by the way. And he is presenting the story as if he has cured this patient and now he would like to cure everybody else. The government is creating a hindrance, etc., etc. But the truth is he has taken only one patient and cured that person, and he's not providing scientific evidence. He is showing us the video of, and it was very nice video, by the way. It was touching. It would make anybody cry when you saw the plight of the person or the family, etc. But the important thing is, we're talking about science here. So what is the purpose of the experiment? To test the effectivity of the stem cell on the patient. So from the purpose to the conclusion, in between there is a study design supposed to be there. He did not present any data. So you perhaps have seen one of the stories of a blade baba going around. You perhaps have seen that. It was in news about 10 years back or something like that. There was a blade baba who would go around, making cuts on the bodies of people to cure them for some certain diseases. And some people became big followers of him. And eventually he got drunk one day and he cut one of the patients too much, and that person was eventually hospitalized and this person was jailed. But until then, people, rumors started spreading and people started using that. So what is the difference between that type of hoax stories, and this person who is supposed to be an MD and scientist as well, presenting the emotional story and things like that. And you believe me, the scientists who were sitting, about 20% or 30% at least said, yeah, why not? We should allow the research to go on. Now, I started wondering at that point, where is the basic element of science in these people's mind? I hope you get my point. So that's why I told it can be very subtle in research. When you talk about ethics in research, things can be very subtle. And one can miss the point very easily just by becoming emotional about certain things and things like that. You never know how bias would creep in, where, and it's very important that we should be aware of the purpose of research from the initiation, the organizing, conducting of the experiments, and reporting. For all of them, there should be only a scientific basis and no other basis of emotion, attachment, or anything like that. So a lot of times you might have seen that what is the goal of the research? To prove that this drug works. And that's nonsense, isn't it? You don't try to prove something in science, you test something, isn't it? So it's very important to realize that potential bias can creep in unconsciously. This, I'm talking about a conference, international one, where 20 to 30, 40% of the people were agreeing with the argument that was being made, which was confidently being made by a scientist on the podium. That person did not even realize that I am being a laughable stock here, laughing stock among most of the scientists. It is laughing material that I'm presenting. He did not even realize that. And 20, 30% of the audience did not realize that. How sad is that? That's where I was saying it's very easy to distinguish, to skip understanding what is the ethical aspect here. So scientific temperament is very important to be there in the minds of scientists. Again, it comes back to education and policy making, unfortunately. But we as scientists, we should realize that this type of gaps can very easily come in our minds. So I will try to move quickly now, move on some of the other points. Instead of telling the other stories, I'll try to tell you some incidents very quickly. One of the common mistakes people do in research is copyright violations. As teachers or as scientists, no one is having the right to take some other image or picture from somebody else, and even my own, and publish it again. In some cases, we are allowed to take it with permission and reproduce it, but in no case we are allowed to reproduce it without permission. This basic knowledge is not there in many people. When I was in US, sometimes I have seen Indian students getting caught in this type of things. They don't worry, they don't think twice before xeroxing a material or before xeroxing even a book sometimes. That's not allowed. That's illegal, pure, nothing else. Okay, it's pure illegal act when we violate copyrights, image, or so the moment you create an image, the moment you write something, it becomes your copyright. So similarly to somebody else's copyright, we can't copy it. Okay, so that's why the plagiarism today, of course, it is a bit more we are knowledgeable, but nowadays, unfortunately, the students were not made aware of the significance of plagiarism. So we'll come back to those points. Then telling part truth or not reporting completely or not reporting at all is also scientific misconduct. It's unethical. So if I, for example, I observe something that suits my story in 6 cases, but the 7th one is not suiting my case, so I remove that and only publish the 6th part where it is fitting my story. It's the experiment I have done or some documentation. For example, you are doing a survey on schools performances, and so you want to say that in rural village, the education is not that bad. In cities, it is equally well. But then somewhere you find a contradiction. So you skip only that school and report the other schools. That's wrong. The scientific temper itself is lost in the beginning. So because you asked the question, you want to show something. That shouldn't be the purpose of research to begin with. Now you went unbiased and you find something, you got 6 out of 6. So one of them is not behaving the way you expected. It's okay, you have to report the truth. By removing that and finding one more sample again from new school and then doing your study again with sixth one new sample and removing one of the old sample, you are doing something wrong. So that's also not correct. So you did not actually falsify any data, but you did not report complete data, complete finding. That's also not correct. Incremental publications, meaning writing research papers only for the sake of it, doing one work and then publishing one part of it now and then keeping the other part and publishing again second time. This is also not supposed to be a correct practice. Okay, this also amounts to scientific misconduct. I'll continue, but if you have questions, please ask me. I would like to keep more time for discussions towards the end. Now, not giving credits is another aspect. So many of you are familiar with this aspect. That is, people work together and they feel that they have lost some major thing by sharing the authorship and things like that. This is one wrong thing people do. The other wrong thing people do is they give false credits, meaning somebody is close to me or I know that person very well, and even though that person did not do well in the research, did not contribute well, I just give the credit to that person anyway. So that's also not right. Are there any questions? I see some background noise. Mr. Ibrahim, you have a question? Your mic is on. Please, can somebody unmute mute him, please? Some background noise. Anyway, so I will continue, and so I hope you got these points. And then the other part, then of course, this is a big area, animal and human right violations. I will address this if you have questions. I have taken about 45 minutes now. Well, not even 45 minutes. Yeah, approximately 45 minutes. Let me do one thing. I will try to recap. And I'll come back to this point, which is significance of research methodology and scientific temper and general education. This goes back to what Mr. Praveen was asking before. So these things are really, really important. We are responsible. So we keep blaming the system a lot, but we forget that we are part of the system. So what can we do about to correct this is something we have to, that's something we can discuss. We can't tell much about the system that is already existing, but can, as part of the system, can we do something to improve in any of these aspects? That's something I would like to discuss. And just a quick recap of all the things that we have discussed so far, and then I'll go back to questions and answers and discussions. So I started with definitions, and I told you certain stories and tried to tell you some of the unethical practices. False data representation is definitely unethical. I also told you the sample size determinations, the conclusions drawn have to be reliable. For that, the study design and testing methods have to be robust. Otherwise, you just do something and in the end, we try to make it up. And your goal, keeping the goal focused on publications or some other agenda will not help. And the third part I was telling that it is very, very easy to keep up a bias in your, without your knowledge, okay? It will be there in the back of your mind. So it's that's where the point I was telling about scientific temper is extremely important. These are the other major points that I mentioned. Please take a minute to go through them. I have told you about some of them, but now if you have questions, I'd like to discuss about any of these aspects. Okay, so I talked about copyright violations. I talked about telling part truth and not reporting at all because I found some negative data. So there are different type of journals and we should be able to report somewhere. Then there are incremental publications. Not giving credits to people is another thing we do wrong many times. False credits are also some wrong practice, and animal and human right violations are also frequently happening in scientific field. So these are the points that I have covered so far. Now let me see if I can get some questions. I'll give you references and I will copy paste some of these points in the chat box for you if anybody is interested in making notes. Keep pointing them, pasting them one at a time in the chat box. So I think Vaishali is referring to the previous question I was asking. So it should be scientifically proven. That's correct. So this is the one important point I mentioned. Second moral story, I tried to tell a story and then make this point. When this is not done right, you have potential misconduct in science. That's the second point. And third point I mentioned was to point out that it's very, very easy to not realize that there has been a bias in our mind. I can give a lot of examples about each of these aspects. Then the other ethical aspects, that's repetition, sorry. Yes, these are the other points I wanted to mention. Okay, so these are basic points that I have mentioned. I have tried to convey with certain examples in many cases. Now you please tell me, so you want to use this session for your benefit if you have any questions. I did not want to go on giving a talk because I come from a life sciences background, but I learned that you are all from different backgrounds. So for your background, you might have a different question, and from your exposure, you might have a different question. So I would like to address your questions and discuss with you, or allow you to debate among yourselves. But that is the goal here, rather than me giving a lecture. So please tell me what questions you might have. For anybody who is interested in further reading, I'll also, you can copy paste from the chat box the notes, and also you can copy paste the notes and the references. These are all important references. Okay. So you can take a minute to copy paste all the notes in the chat box. And if you need more references, I can give you in specific fields. Now it's open to you. You have to ask me questions or comment. There are quite a few research articles on this. So what I'm sharing is reviews or some of the references that I was referring to, the geologists' misconduct in the first story, that reference. And there is, in fact, there was one more very recently. NCBS, National Center for Biological Sciences, had a similar misconduct, and they had to withdraw the paper from, I think that was Nature Chemical Biology, Chemical Science, or something like that. That was a Nature series paper again, and the paper had to be retracted, and there is a controversy about that also. So it's bad to be being in science profession, to be in a situation where somebody tells you have done something wrong. We should never be in that position. So we should avoid that, and that's why this session is useful. So the points I have made about the copyright violation or potential bias or animal ethics and human ethics, human right violations, all these aspects, if you have any questions or comments, please let me know. So looks like you all need some time to come up with questions. Meanwhile, let me also tell you that for these things, I'll try to give some more information. So there are institutional ethics committees. Okay, there is what is called institutional biosafety committee. I need to increase my font size. Okay, so institutional biosafety committee. So this would actually mostly deal with recombinant DNA technology, meaning you modify the DNA, modifying DNA will be very, very important, okay, because it can have a lot of repercussions on the system. So one has to do it very carefully. To monitor that, there are institutional biosafety committees. Similarly, there is also institutional animal ethics committee. Institutional animal ethics committee. So they deal with animal rights and the correct and the required usage of animals only done, and it is also done correctly. Then there is institutional ethics committee, which deals with human studies. If you have to perform studies using human subjects, okay, so human volunteers. So that is human institutional ethics committee. And all these things are important in general, because I was telling you that it's very important to realize these things as part of the education, because the research methodology teaching ethics is an important part of it. But teaching it as a 1-mark question or 2-mark question, but allowing people to Xerox anything they want doesn't make sense. Okay, so we need to develop practice sessions where students can, from the beginning, they understand what is scientific temper, they understand what is research methodology, what is the significance of asking the right question and choosing the methods to solve to find answers to that question or to test the hypothesis. So we have to find a way to impart this knowledge rather than keeping it exam oriented. Okay, so that's the most important part for inculcating right ethics habits. That's my opinion. Okay, and the way we teach from the beginning is very critical. Okay, so are there any other points that anybody wants to comment on or share?
Sir, we need information, sir. Last month we had 1 minute, sir. Sir, actually, in February, we had NAC peer team visits. During that time, they were insisting on this biosafety committee, sir. We have human ethical committee and animal ethical committee we have in our institute, sir. They were insisting on implementing the biosafety committee. Sir, we have a doubt. We have practicals for MSc Biotechnology students handling ready-made DNA and all. In that case,
they're handling what DNA? Ready-made DNA.
Plasmid DNA, P18, lambda phage DNA and all.
But are they doing any restriction, digestion, ligation, cloning?
No, sir, we are not doing such kind of things, sir.
Yeah.
For class practicals, I mean, for PG practicals, we are not doing that, sir.
Yeah, I understand. I got your point. So if they're only handling just isolating DNA and all, it's not a big deal. But anyway, for the awareness of students, at least it is good to have. If I have the course, it is. For your course that you told, I don't think it is mandatory because you are not modifying the DNA.
Okay, sir. Okay,
so,
sir.
Moment you don't do modification, you don't have to worry about it. But general laboratory safety anyway is there, and that you have to make sure. So the institutional biosafety committee sometimes covers these topics also. Okay. So, for example, how do I dispose my laboratory chemicals safely into the environment, for example? Okay, so those things are also covered there. So maybe it's a good idea to have a safety committee. Even though we don't have any research project or anything, only for teaching, once for all we do it. And these are my safety protocols for handling and waste and things like that. And you just have a protocol for yourself, whether you call it institutional biosafety committee or something else, you can have it for your own satisfaction. The institutional biosafety committee will be more stringent in the context of constitution. You have to write to the Delhi Central DBT organization to get certain permissions, and they will have an appointed scientist from outside, and you will have your own internal committee members. So there is a committee formally that has to be formed. So if you want, you can have it, But in otherwise also you can have your own safety committee. You call it General Institutional Safety Committee, Laboratory Safety Committee. You can call it and have it. That's what would be my recommendation. If you can have IBSC, not a problem. But if normally they ask for the recombinant DNA technology work you are going to do. If it is not, then it's a waste of time and money for everybody.
Okay, sir. Even our research scholars, they are isolating DNA and doing sequencing studies only, sir. We are not doing any DNA modifications and all.
So
in that case,
not required. So
not
who
required,
said you should have it?
The peer team member, sir. When she came for the review, sir, they were insisting that you should have this committee if you are handling DNA samples and all in the lab. So I wanted to ask, sir, whether for even DNA isolation and general gel electrophoresis,
In principle, it is not required, but the argument perhaps they are seeing that is, how do you know you are not doing it? So people might be doing it and hiding it. So it is better to have it so that you have everything on clean and you have a project. This does not require IBC approval. It is certified by the committee. So that way everybody is safe. Maybe that is the point of perception there.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So you had quite a few questions. I'm glad about that. If you have questions more, we can discuss. But the goal was to achieve this, and I hope we have done that. You should now be more capable to do the following. If we have done it, this what has been useful for you and me. This is what I set out to do. You should be able to give examples of unethical practices, even at least hypothetical ones. You should be able to discuss ethical aspects of research in your own domain comfortably, because some of the references deliberately I have picked up from the business angle, and also one of my relative does research in economics field, and I know and somebody physical education field, somebody did a research sometime, one of my relative again. So I am in touch with the various research aspects like that. So it's important that you will be able to talk about these things with examples, and that was the purpose of this session. For some of you, maybe it is already a known domain. For some of you, it is fresh. But overall, I hope it has been useful for everyone. But I'm still waiting for questions. I'm not stopping the session. But honestly, I expected more questions. We have about 80 participants. So I'm okay to receive more questions.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but as I don't wanted to fetch the session, but the simple question was like, okay, as you have discussed so many ethical practices, I think it is applicable to the journal as well, which research should be they accepted, or we were accepting it should be peer reviewed or not, and they should be verified on their own level. But taking the Indian research level, as you may be very well aware that we have many such fake journals in India. They are so-called international journals, and means international by means they are in their name it is international. Okay, International Journal of Jodhpur, Rajasthan, or so-called. Okay, and Indian people, Asian peoples are more likely to publish over there itself. So by itself, we know that these are fake journals and fake data getting published. Why they're not when any action is being taken? By every means, there are every single day there are such, more journals are coming forwards, and they are asking for people to publish in their journals, and people likely publishing over themselves. And even the UGC are taking consideration of such paper published in such journals, though they have their UGC care list and so-called. But still people are publishing. Why not government is taking strict action against such journals and people publishing in such journals?
So the same questions I also had a few years back. And I don't know if you are aware of this. There is a research article published in Science. That should be my story number 4 actually. So one scientist actually prepared a dummy research paper. He said, the goal of my research is to find a biomarker for cancer or something like that. This is my objective. And he designed certain experiments. He said, this is the introduction, this is methods, and this is the result observed. And finally, this is the conclusion. It looks like a paper. He wrote it, all false data. And anybody who reads it once will immediately understand that this is fake article. That's how he wrote it. It looks like an article, but you read it once, you will know it is not a correct article. Because objective is saying something, the experiments are something else, conclusion is something else. So it's just a put together dummy article. And he sent it to a lot of about 200 or 300 journals across the world. And this is his research, by the way. He wanted to find out how many people will accept this paper. This is his research. Interesting, right? So only one journal rejected that paper. Only one journal rejected that paper. Of course, there is one caveat here. He sent it to only those journals which charge to authors. Some journals charge the authors. If you submit a paper, they will charge you. So only such journals he targeted. The other journals which don't charge, he did not send. And that was the criticism for this paper anyway, this work. But anyway, he gave the stat data. I sent it to 100 and whatever, 200 some article journals. And one of them rejected within 2 months, 2 weeks. This is not a right paper or whatever reason they said they rejected. And others actually passed it on to the reviewers. So your article has been forwarded to reviewers. There were some maybe 40% such journals. 60% of the journals, I don't remember the exact number, okay, approximately 50%, whatever number percentage of journals accepted the article for publication. And those are the journals you are talking about. And in that journal, this was published in Science Journal, by the way, there was a map, global map, where are the offices of these journals. They put a red dot wherever there is an office in the global map. India was full of red dots. I felt so ashamed that day. But sort of we knew this is happening in the background. So the question you are asking, it has been there in my mind, in a lot of other scientists' mind also. Now, we will come back to the policy you were asking, Praveen. So the policy, India has made that you should have so many publications. This is their way of pushing the research. This is nonsense. You motivate people to do something. You inspire people to do something. You facilitate them to do research. But you can't just make it a policy, publish papers. This is the outcome. Now you have to somehow publish. You can't compete with those journals. Produce some journals. It has become a business. 5,000 rupees you pay, it will get published. This is the root of this. That policy was the root of generation of this type of journals, is my personal opinion. Now, when this article came out, after that there was some news and all that, and then what I learned is UGC now has prescribed list of journals where you publish in these things, it is not acceptable to us. I think there are legal problems in banning the journals. Legal issues are there, I think. They can't just ban the journals, but they have made a list of journals that you have to publish only in one of these journals. And this I have seen, I have given a consultation to some abroad universities also, and there also I have seen some places under developing countries where they have a list of journals. Only in those journals, if you publish, it is valid. Otherwise, the publication has no value. So in UGC also, it has come up with its own list now, and a lot of these fake journals are removed. Couple of them I heard they are still, there in the list. And in PubMed usually is one best way. In PubMed search engine, whatever is there is supposed to be one of the good journals. One or two there also have somehow crept in, and then they are also there in the list. We can't help it, but that's where it is finally, it's more like democracy, right? More of us are conscious and more of us try to do the right thing, the system gets better. That's what happens, right? When you go in the street, everybody breaks the rule, and that becomes the reason for everybody to break the rule. Isn't it? We find the easy way out. So And no, it's a small thing, it's okay, you can go without helmet, that type of a thing, right? So we find a consolation in breaking the rule because we want to do it, but we say everybody is doing it, so I also do it. So more among the scientific community, if we do the right thing, hopefully things will start changing. And some of us will eventually be there in a commanding position, maybe head of the department or maybe in the committee meetings, etc. We have to put our foot down and at least try to make our voices heard in these aspects. That's the way things will start changing slowly. But coming back to your question, I hope I answered your question that why UGC doesn't ban the legal aspects there. I don't think they can ban it right now. But it is also true that UGC has come up with a list of journals where you basically should not publish, and or in other words, where you should publish, which is what is acceptable. So that type of system is, people are trying to make effort, but somebody in UGC, somebody in CSIR, NET, etc., or DBT, somebody will do it perhaps, but we don't have to wait till then. We should not respect people who publish. We should laugh at those people who are publishing in that type of journal. And international journal, you rightly said that. Actually, I have seen even one, the sad thing, because there are no other questions, let me just give another example of 6 interns who came from a particular college. So they came and they said they want to do a research project, and I allowed them to do, and in the end they stopped coming to the college after their submission and all that. And one girl came back and started crying in front of me, "Sir, we did not know anything," and all that. I was like, what happened? Then she told her head of the department had forced her to publish a paper with her name and her the 2 faculty there, including the HOD and the student. They published a paper, my work, and it was published in one of these journals. And I was wondering why they did it. Then I learned about all this history, that there is, the colleges want to get a list of publications in international journals, and I looked at their journals. Where are they published? International Journal of something something, that is how the name is. They're all in somewhere in some corner in Bengaluru, but they name the journal like that. And they have 2 sections of journals, International Journal and Indian Journal. Ridiculous. And my research I could not publish after that because they have published it already. My name is not there, my consent is not there, they are just published. So this is the low level people can get to, just because you have a promotion based on these things, or your college principal wants you to publish something. This is not the right way. We have to set standards to ourselves and try to improve ourselves, our level, and hence improve the level of the system. That's the only way I see it can get somewhere. So there are 80 people here. We all, let's make that rule for ourselves to either do it the right way or not do research at all. What's the point in doing research for the sake of doing it for publication, etc.?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any more queries from the audience side? If so, please be fast to post it on the comment box. Or you can. Okay, I take the silence to be the no. Yes.
Everybody is hungry and angry.
Oh, thank you, sir, for such a lively session. And your presentation and stories indeed give us a broad insight about the aspects of research ethics. And I hope their concerns to keep in their mind while performing ethical research. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Thanks for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye.
The participants may leave for a break, and please to join on time by 1:25. We'll start the next session by 1:30. I request all the participants to leave for the break and join by 1:25. Please be on time.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. 1 second, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. Yeah, you can speak.
Ma'am, actually the participant had gone for lunch, ma'am. We will have session by 1:30, ma'am.
Yeah, no issues.
Okay.
I can wait. I'll just open it.
Yes, ma'am.
1:30, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1:30, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Because my sound is a little low. That's why.
It's audible, ma'am. It's audible.
Is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is the sound audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the sound audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Now?
Now it's audible, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I have to increase it. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, yes.
Now is it okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. The first speaker of today's afternoon session is Dr. Yamini Sudhalakshmi, Assistant Professor in the Department of Medical Biochemistry, University of Madras. Dr. Yamini Sudhalakshmi has completed her undergraduation from University of Madras and post-graduation followed by Masters of Philosophy from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. She has completed her doctoral research and postgraduate diploma in bioinformatics at Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. She has about 33 years of experience, both as an academician and a researcher. Her previous experience as an academician includes Director, Academics and Research, Sai Clinical Research Institute, Chennai, Chief Scientific Officer as well as Consultant in Armats Biotech Private Limited, Chennai, Head and Associate Professor in Biochemistry, in addition as Dean Academics at Professor Dhanapalan College, Kelambakam, Chennai. Head of the Department, Biomedical Sciences, Asmara College of Medical Sciences, Asmara, Eritrea and Northeast Africa. HOD, Department of Bioinformatics, Arapadai Veeda Institute of Technology, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation University, Pioneer. Dr. Sudha Yamini had published about 25 research papers in both national and international peer-reviewed reputed journals, and she has completed a significant number of projects of about 30 lakhs funded by DST and RUSA. She has received many honors and rewards. A few of them includes the Tangam Vasudevan Award for the Best Paper Publication, the Indra Vasudevan Award for the Best Paper Publication, Bharat Jyoti Award from IIFS, Distinguished Faculty Award in Biochemistry by Venus International Foundation in 2016, Distinguished Faculty Award in Medical Biochemistry at the Second International Conference on Conservation of Natural Resources and Traditional Siddha Pharmacological Approach for Your Future, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Lifetime Achievement Award in Feb 2020 from IRDE Group of Journals, and so on. Dr. Yamini Sudha has visited several countries, including Germany, Australia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Sri Lanka. She is one among those who have registered for the whole body donation to the students' fraternity. It is a pleasure, ma'am, to have you here for having your presentation in today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a nice introduction. I think I have my pleasure in joining all of you, and very much proud to be amongst the alumni of Avinashilingam. Yeah.
Audible, ma'am?
I'm not audible?
Yeah, now it is okay, ma'am.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. So I'm very much proud to be as an alumni of Avinashilingam Home Science College. So I was a student there for my PG, and I just remember my days over there. And probably this is the first meeting in online. I have visited your institute probably 4 years before the COVID, and now that I'm back, and very nice to meet all of you, the youngsters who have taken up the department. And yesterday when I was talking to Vasantara, she said all our senior professors have retired, and now that only all the new faculties have been joined, and it's nice that I'm meeting the new group of faculties taking up the department and doing wonders, and hope that this meet with the biochemistry, bioinformatics, and biotechnology, whatever you are heading with, is going to make a new venture, and it's going to open up in a new field of science, where I would like to have my topic here in the form of research ethics. So I would like to share. I think it's visible. Was it visible to all?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah. So in this aspect, though all of us are being doing research, I thought we can have certain rules and regulations which needs to be followed for the young students of UG and PG. So they should know. As a faculties, we all know about the regulations and the ethics to be followed in research. But for the students, I would like to just inform that these ethics which is to be followed is not only in research, even in our life. So we are following the ethics by respecting each other, by giving respect to others, individual, what do you say, the humanity, the way we talk to them, the way we respond to them, and the way we respect their feelings and their words. Everything is ethics. So that is how the humanity is still being active, and especially in India, we still have this ethics being followed, though we have a lot of opinions which differs with each other. This data, preparing a questionnaire, and then how we go for preparing the samples, pamphlets, etc., and how it has to be addressed to the different groups where they are going to Are you able to see? Am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, ma'am. But actually, your voice is a little breaking.
It's breaking.
Yeah, ma'am. Please to
Now,
check your
now,
net.
now.
Yes, it is perfectly all right now.
Okay. Screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
Fine. So why should we have this ethics? What rule we need to follow? We just cannot do research as we wish, because research itself is you are researching what is available, and you are going to invent and collect new data based on certain regulations. This is what is research is. Just research whatever is available. And for this, we just cannot give whatever we like. We cannot take a plant, we cannot take a algae, or we cannot take something and say, okay, this is having a medicinal value, why not we use it? Because in those days, in our olden days, our grandmas and grandpas, they were giving us the medicine, just like that, நாட்டு மருந்து அப்படின்னு they used to say. So this is what they were giving earlier. So that we were taking, of course we were taking, or in case you have any problem in your for digestion, they will give you ஒரு இஞ்சி தட்டி ஒரு லைம் போட்டு குடிங்கன்னுவாங்க. So like that, சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள் வீட்டிலே பண்றோம். But still, these were being done for simple diseases and some simple uneasiness which we have in our system. But what happened later was, everything was supposed to have a what do you say, that we need an evidence, we need to have a proof. Why, what, how, all these questions were arising. Even though India's medicinal பாட்டி வைத்தியம்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய நம்ம பழைய காலத்து மெத்தட் நம்ம ஃபாலோ பண்ணினா கூட, இப்போ இருக்கிற ரீசன்ட் கரண்ட் ட்ரெண்ட்ல தே நீட் த எவிடன்ஸ், தே நீட் த சப்போர்ட் ஆஃப் சயின்டிபிக் எவிடன்ஸ். இதுக்கு we need to follow certain research ethics. So these ethics have certain procedures which we call is going to have their restriction for how it has to be done, procedure what it has to be done, and how this ethics have to be followed. All these things were being given as a rule. So to form this rule, we had certain way of concern, and we are going to deal all these things in detail. So first of all, how this proposal, I will just tell you how this proposal is to be submitted, and how it is going to be done. So all these things will be dealt one by one. So first, we know what is ethics, what exactly is research ethics. It is nothing but we have a proper way of action, what we are going to do, whether it is going to be good or bad. We can go even for a negative result, we can also get a positive result. Result does not mind in research. So whatever work you do, whatever result you get, don't think that always it should be positive, it can also be negative. So even a negative result can prove that yes, this doesn't work, this will not have a value. So like that we can also say, and we can have the concern how we are going to deal with it, in what way we are going to make use of it, and how we are going to present it. That is what is the one which we are going to say about the um, various ways of presentation. So in that way, the first one will be why we are going to have this ethics is that normally when we are going to have the ethics, we just want to go for identifying what is a problem, how it is going to have the way by which it is going to have the ethical issues, and then what are the various issues which is going to be concerned with. So that is what we are going to deal here. And the property rights, the words, and how the analytical philosophy is going to help us in justifying the human rights. So this is meta ethics, where it's morely concerned with the social science. Normative ethics, it addresses to how we can solve a problem, how it has to go for the different procedures, but defining a code and defining a guidelines, how it has to be followed. So the famous great scientists and great philosophers like Socrates, Kant, Stott, Bentham, they all formed guides and codes by which they gave a rule how it has to be applied, how the ethics have to be taken, whether it is going to be social or it is going to be science. And last but not the least, you have the specific domain ethics concerned with the different fields. That is, it can be business, it can be medical, it can be applied with any para medical courses, or it can be mathematics, it can be engineering, whichever we need to go. So based on that, we can have the ethics being carried out. So we need to decide. The other peoples, like you have the Bentham, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther, Farron, all these people were great philosophers, and they had a very great humanities, where they followed certain ethical codes. This is how the human what do you say, the policy, they followed a policy by which they have to respect the human fraternity, as well as how we have to take up for any way of research, how it has to develop in the form of ethical issues. So in that way, they were able to give some focus, and they formed a small committee. It was not known worldwide before. Later, it was given in the field of, since we are concentrating on scientific research, I am now going to give you only the points related to your scientific research. So here in scientific research, there are various ways by which you have generalized findings, and it can be an universal problem, or it can be a original research work. What is a universal research problem is that you can take a very good example as corona. So every lab, once the coronavirus has been identified, every lab, nook and corner of the whole world started for the invention of drugs, for vaccines, etc. And they were able to get their own way of perspective in producing the vaccines, which can be specific or it can be non-specific. So they tried to give a vaccine which was an immune booster. So this was a step where universally a project, an objective was being taken, and it was being used. And next was the generalized findings, where you can say, I can give an example like diabetes, you can take. So diabetes is a general disorder where the whole world is again focusing, but it depends upon each and every country based on their climate, based on their food, based on their pattern of life, whatever they are able to make up with their adaptive environment. Based on that, they have a general way of approach by which they can concentrate on the research. So and they can give new solutions for diabetes. So of the drugs pertain to diabetes. So still research is going on. So it's a generalized version for diabetic method. And scientific rigor, where you can use a new field and you can keep on doing it with a general understanding, with taking any common diseases, like you can say a broad aspect. If you want to have, you can concentrate on cancer. So different types of cancers can be done, and it can be taken, and it can be it can be assessed, and you have a different drugs to be done. So all these things will be carried out in case of cancer, and different cancers have been identified, and still researches are going on. In case of original research, have to follow a guideline. A code of guidelines have to be followed. And there are certain principles and standard methods where it have to be constructed, based on which only you have to go for the experiments. You cannot just like that do a particular experiment, take a plant, go for an extract, and take a protein, assume that it is a protein, and you can just go for a Lowry's or Barford's method, go for a protein, say that okay, this much of protein is there. No, it cannot be done. So there are certain procedures by which, and there are rules by which you have to do and prove your experimental proof. So for which this ethical considerations have to be kept in mind. So whatever way you're going to plan your research, there are 6 stages. So based on the ethical procedures, you have to design your work. So once you are taking a topic, you have to design what I am going to plan for this work. So designing is a very, very important, very important steps which you need to follow. You have to make a skeleton of your design of study, and then you have to prepare what step 1, step 2, step 3 you're going to do it. And uh, what is your what is the role of the design, whether whom is going to participate. Is it going to be the human, or it is going to be animal, or it is going to be cell line, or it is going to be bioinformatics, which I'll be giving you in the slides to come out. So all these things have to be planned, and how we are going to recruit the human participants, if at all they are clinical trial, and what you're going to give them as intervention. Intervention is nothing but what you're going to give them to test based on their disease condition, how they are assessed, and how they are able to manage, and what is the result, your outcome of the result, whether you're going to draw the blood before and after. All those things have to be planned properly. Are you going to induce something, if it is going to be an animal, or if it is going to be human? You're going to select the humans on certain criteria, which I will tell you later. So these are the conditions and the rules which you need to follow when you design a research work. So once you design all these things and you follow this, whatever result you're getting will be correlated, and you can ensure that these are the ways by which you can get your result in the whatever research you're going to carry out. So for which, what you're going to do is, you're going to have the first way of research. For example, I'm just giving you a brief account of the studies, how you're going to carry out a research. So any research, basically for all the PG students, if you're going to take a topic, you can select a source. It can be a raw source based on plant, microbes, or algae, or even it can be a chemical compound, whatever it is. Then you have to go for a phytochemical study. You have to screen what type of compounds they have in different types of extracts. So if it is a plant, you have to go for ethanol, aqueous, acetone, butanol, chloroform, etc. If at all your plant is going to be totally new, again, if in you have to select which part of the plant you're going to take. Is it a root, leaf, stem, or the whole plant, or the flower or fruit? If it is a fruit, whether it is going to be pulp, seed, or the coating, whatever it is. So the plant or the microbes or the algae, whatever you are selecting, you have to go for the reference with the literature, check whether all these, whether whichever part you're selecting, any research work have been done already. That is the first thing you should remember. If a work is being carried out already, you have to check with the cross reference and back references given in the research article, and check whether, if for example you have taken a plant's the leaf part of a plant, say X plant is taken, you have to verify whether any work has been done with the fruit or flower or stem or root or bark or whatever it is with the same plant. And if no work is done with the leaf, you can proceed with that. Even if the work is done with the leaf, you have to check what extract they have taken, whether it is a aqueous or alcohol or a ketone or a acetone or chloroform, whatever it may be. If your extract is also been done, then you again you have to screen down and you have to go for getting the compound. If no work is done for getting, they have done any work on isolating the compound, you can go for isolating the compounds. Say, for example, the phytochemicals have to be identified, like flavonone, tannin, and you have glycosides, you have steroids, you have carbohydrates, and you have a lot of phytochemicals which have their own properties where they can be applied for different diseases. So that have to be screened as a first step. Then you go for, if you identify certain phytochemicals in whichever extract you have selected, check the compounds, isolate the compounds in the sense, take the elute of any one, flavonoids, tannins. For example, you have flavonoids and tannins, and if you identify flavonoids have the application for anti-cancer, you just isolate flavonoids alone, and then you try to purify that, and you can run it by using HPLC or LCMS, and then you go for the purification of that particular compound, which is supposed to be your lead molecule for the treatment against anti-cancer and specific cancer. For example, say breast cancer, if I'm interested in doing it, I will isolate by all these ways. I will get a lead molecule for breast cancer, and I have a molecule with me. So this is how we do as a preclinical. So now this molecule can be tested on in vivo, in vitro, and in silico studies. So in vivo, I'm using animal model, and for this again you have the ethics. So I cannot just like that take an animal, I cannot inject it, I cannot check and draw the blood and kill the animal. No, it's not accepted. So we need to have a animal ethical committee, and this animal ethical committee is being coordinated with that particular institution, and they are going to maintain a group of committee members, one veterinary doctor, one from the institutional head, non-clinical, and you have assistant, I mean the 3 or 4 of them will be the other members who will also be presented. In front of them you have to present your research proposal, saying that I need so much of animals for my research work. For example, if I want to, I have the lead molecule now, I want to test it for a animal model. So I am selecting rat or mice as my animal model. I am planning in such a way that first group will be control without any treatment. Second will be the group of 6 animals, because minimum 6 animals should be in a group. Say some papers will accept even for 4 animals in a group. So that the reason is we need to have a biostatical what do you say, the percentage of 95% or 99% acceptability based on the statistical evaluation you do. It can be a student t-test or it can be ANOVA. So for which you need a minimum of 6 animals to 4 to 6 animals per group. Accordingly, you group your experimental groups and you justify that I require so many animals for my lead molecule, which have to be tested for anti-canceral activity using a standard. So for which this committee should approve. They will say why you need so much animals, why is so many groups. All these questions have to be justified. So there comes your ethics for the usage of animals. So here again they will ask us whether you're going to whether the animal will be just used for drawing blood, or will it be decapitized, or it will be killed. So for all these things we need to give the justification, and once if they are satisfied they will approve it and they'll give a number. So this EC number will be mentioned in all your articles whatever you are publishing related to the particular work you are working. So this is the first one. After getting the lead molecule, you can go for animal study, or you can go much more simpler as in vitro cell line study. So cell lines can be used as a step before even going for animal ethical, because in vitro cell lines a bit costly based on the work what you're going to do. Cell lines are costly, maintenance is again a problem, so we have to be careful. And once if you are okay with the cell line, you can check with that, and if it is working with that, you can go for the animal study. And even before going for these two, now the recent one is using the bioinformatic tools, where if you feel that your lead molecule has a structure and this can be docked with whatever protein which is related to that particular disease, you can use the softwares in bioinformatics and check for the result what you predict to get it. So if you predict your result is going to be 95% okay with the score value, say 70 and above, then you can say yes, my lead molecule can be used as a drug once it is converted for the breast cancer. So I need to go further to go for cell line study, for animal study. So the order what I have given can be reversed in that case. So bioinformatic tools first, in vitro cell line, then you can go for animal study. So animal study alone requires ethical committee approval, where they follow the ethics in the number of animals used for the study. So this is the one which we have to remember in mind. And followed by that, what we need to do is we need to go for the once you have all these being done. Yes, I have everything with me now. So what should I do? There is the normal way to proceed further is you can go for the clinical trial. But before going for clinical trial, you should remember certain points. And when you prepare your maybe the research or dissertation, if it is a PG, or if it is going to be MPhil or PhD, if you're going to prepare your thesis, whatever you do, by the way I told you, with in vitro, in silico and in vivo, so you have to have certain ethics which you have to follow in writing up also. So when you are doing your work, so what is the information you're getting out of your research, you have to be careful in sharing those results and giving the interpretation and making use of the participants of your study. So it should cover, it should not have any what do you say, like any misinterpretation, or it should not have any misunderstanding if in case of human or something like that. And plagiarism, of course, all of you know now, copying from another thesis, taking the photos, taking the pictures, taking the graph, taking the result. So these are all being done nowadays because of the media available, internet available, many of the things are open. So we have to be very careful. And once if the plagiarism software is being used and checked for whatever you have done, and if they found that your result is going to have whatever result you are given is going to have 80% or 70% similarity with already available work, then your work is considered to be a copied work. So that you have to be very, very careful. and this is very, very, very concerned with the research what you're doing. So this is one thing you have to keep in mind. Don't copy any of the results. Whatever result you are getting, try to interpret. As I told you, it can be even a negative result. It's fine. It need not be everything positive. Everything need not be a pakka graph. Everything cannot be a higher value, lower value. Don't think that whatever drug or lead molecule you are using should give the activity. So when you compare with the control, you cannot just like that say, yes, yes, my drug has been similar to that of the I mean the standard drug. So it need not be. Sometimes it need not even work. So don't worry about that. You are giving a proof. You are proving that this is not working. That is what is research. So don't mind that and don't think that it should be positive. So this is one thing. So that can be, but plagiarism is totally not acceptable. And the design, as I told you, whatever design you are sketched of your work should be maintained. You cannot deviate. You cannot deviate the methods. You cannot bring in, suppose you have designed for 30 human participants, you cannot just like that bring again another 30 in between of your experimental procedure. You cannot do that. You cannot misinterpret any of the result. So all these things have to be kept in mind. And fabricating, that is your you're altering the results. Okay, you're making a false data. So these are all not allowed. They are not going to support for whatever work you're doing, and this will have a great impact whenever you're going to have your authorship, when you're going to publish your paper. So we have to be very, very careful in all these aspects. And then you have to keep in mind that this points have to be remembered forever. So as a PG students, I request all of you to follow this and keep in mind of whatever you're going to have in your research, whatever you're going to follow in future. So this is one thing. And the next one is, once you have done your preclinical study, that is your bioinformatics and bio animal study and cell culture, whatever you are doing, you can just go for the next level about having the human ethical to be followed, and you can go for the ethical committee of having the human trial. So for which we need to have certain again you have to follow certain ethics in research, where this ethics have to be kept in mind based on the committee. And you should remember how this has been taken up, how it was being done. So for which I thought I can give you one small example. That is how they carried out this way of identifying the researchers, how the human ethical committee is being formed, and how the human ethical committee is being formed, and how the research participants, which we call them as informed consent, is been taking place, and how they are able to identify the sponsors of research in clinical trial. So preclinical study is concerned with animal model, in vitro and in silico. Once you have your molecule, the next step is you can go for the clinical trial, where certain information have to be followed, and it has to be kept in mind, and we should know how it is being done. So for which I can give you the basic introduction about the clinical trial, how it has been done, and how the research, human research, is being followed with the help of the research committees, how they have formed the committees, and how this ICH guidelines has been formed. And all these things will be giving you an idea based on the work what we are going to concern and how we are going to do. Okay, so here what members are there in research ethics? So what are the members will be there in the ethics to look after the ethical proposal? So first we need to select the committee. So what committee? How did this committee formed? Before this human ethical trial is being followed worldwide now, it has been done, and there were so many issues. There were. I can just give you few examples. I'm very sorry. This slides are running like a train. I am not able to control it. One second. I'll try to bring it. Development report. So these are all the ways by which they gave different ways of procedures and standardization for the evolution of research ethics in human trial. And finally, now we have this ICH, International Conference on Harmonization. So this is the one which is now followed worldwide, and we are able to throughout the world now. Human clinical trial is following this ICH guidelines along with the GCP, good clinical practice, and you have the approval from IRB and FDA. So with all these rules and regulations with the codes, now we are able to go for the human trial. So whatever we are having now is being developed from these evolution which has been shown here, from the Berlin Code to the current ICH in 1990. Only in 1990 it was almost given a standardized way, and the procedures and ethics has been said. This is how we have to apply. This is how is the proposal should be. These are the committee of the members and what is expected in the proposal. What you need before going into clinical trial. All these things were being given as a even the term doctors were. Are you able to hear me? I just wanted to check. I am audible. Am I audible? Hello. I am audible.
You're audible,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. So even during this code formation, during the regulation, they were able to modify in such a way. Even the doctors were called as physicians now. So this is one of the ethics which we follow. Doctors were not called as physicians. They were called as physicians.
I think organizers should look at it. Okay, it is not audible now.
There is network issue, I think.
Hello, ma'am.
Administrators, they were all being given a warning, and they were sentenced to death even. So these are all the things they were happening before following the trial. So the human trial, before they follow all these codes and ethics and the guidelines, just like that they were using the human, and they were able to give some things, and they were able to treat, and they were doing it, which was not at all accepted. So that is why they bought all these ethics code. So this Nuremberg trial was given as a breakthrough in human research, and this ethics was being accepted worldwide, and they said yes, we have to find out whatever code we follow have to be kept in mind. And the key principles of this Nuremberg Code is that once you recruit a volunteer to have a human trial, you have to follow certain constraints. You have to have a form, you have to fill the form, you have to get the acceptance, which is called as informed consent. You have to get the acceptance, and you have to tell what are the risks and benefits that particular human is going to get out of the treatment, and what will be the end of the experiment. And you have to inform the volunteer what are the risks and benefits that particular treatment is going to give. And they are going to have the way of treatment, and they are going to take part. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but your video has paused. Please check your network connection, ma'am.
can be the sufferers of any disease. In case of cancer, if they are going to have, if they know that even if they are going to die at the third stage or fourth stage, if they are willing, they can go for the treatment, because sometimes if that treatment is going to work for them, that can extend their life. So, but they have to give their consent. So all these were being made as a rule, as a code, and there is a format by which you have to prepare the format. The format is it will be uniform throughout the clinical site wherever they are carrying out, and it will be followed. So this has been approved throughout the world by all the countries, and they said yes, this is how we have to go for the approval. And this approval was modified from 1975, when there was a revision of this code. And again they tried to bring certain changes in the protocols for this informed consent form, and they restricted what type of research it is going to be therapeutic, whether they're going to give any treatment, or they are going to just check the validity of the drug or whatever it is. So based on that, the previous version had little change, and that was done in Tokyo in 1975. Later they went for the next level. They just went for the another modification was done by using the next level in Hong Kong. So third level was done in Hong Kong in 1989, and finally now whatever we have is the one we need to follow. So this was finally have the acceptance worldwide right from the beginning. WHO, FDA for USA, and you have HPAA for Canada, and you have UNESCO, and all these organizations involved in medical sciences, they had a 1982 international ethical guidelines for the biomedical research involving human subjects. So this DOH, so the Declaration of Helsinki, gave way for the modification, and it was given with different guidelines and different revisions, which gave the complete code for the involvement of human subjects with their acceptance, which we need to follow. Whether they're going to be as a in-house persons, or they can go home and come back, whatever it is, everything should be mentioned, and it should be limited with the the resources available based on the type of disease. So this was the ethics they followed for bringing in human clinical trials. And when all these things was made, now in the current scenario, the International Conference on Harmonization was focused where this pharmaceutical industry pertaining to Europe, Japan, and US, because you can see after Corona, if you just go to Google and see pharmaceutical industries in different countries, a number of industries have been there and they are working on this COVID, and they are working on other diseases in going for clinical trial with different lead molecules, converting it into drugs in the form of vaccine. So this international conference on harmonization pave way as part of this good clinical practice, and they were able to develop new drugs, and they have to they gave a ethical rule that it have to be registered. Without registration, without having a standard protocol, without having the evidence of experimental proof, as I said, preclinical study is a must before going into human ethical. So you have to do a preclinical study, show all the documents, put all your documents in the proposal, and then submit it, and then they will say, okay, this can be taken up to the next level. For all these things, the guidelines are available with the standard protocol, and you can go further for having it done with the help of human trial. So this all was being identified by the ICH, and they were giving us the information that yes, we can go for the further proceeding to hand over to have our research in the human ethical. So for which again they identified how it have to be performed. So that I will give you as a conclusion. So this is again nothing but the informed consent, as I told you, about the participants who have to participate, what is their risk, benefits. If they have a family, we have to say the family will be informed, and in case if they need to have any remuneration to be paid, they have to be paid, which also have to be mentioned in the form. And in no way their names will be mentioned. It will not be let out. It will be very, very confidential. Whoever is the participants, their participant will be very confidential. In no way their names will be revealed out, whether they are participants or whether they are the risk and benefits, whatever they are going to come forward after the study. And then if it is going to be a new drug, we have to tell them it is a pilot study, and if there are any pros and cons, if there is any risk or any adverse events occurring, we should be ready to treat them with a very what do you say, very small abnormal symptoms, if at all. So during the study, system, and it will be announced throughout the world. So you cannot make any fraud and you cannot do it. Suppose you have to have a proper way of research, you have to follow all these things. So you have to mention all these points in the informed consent. That's what, as I told you, if at all if they need any remuneration or any compensation for any injury, if at all if there's going to be any allergy or something for the drug whatever they are taking, they have to be paid. So all these things have to be taken care, and we have to make the participant to take part in our study. So when we look on this, we should also take a look on the ethics of the committee. Who is going to, how these recruiters and how these volunteers will be assessed, for which we need to have a committee. So this committee will be either institutional recruitment, it can be IRB, within the institutional recruitment research board can be there, or it can be a worldwide common approval like FDA, and we have to apply our proposal through them. So suppose if I have a lead molecule, I will just say with all my evidences doing my preclinical study, I will approach a particular company, pharmaceutical company, who is called as sponsor. So this pharmaceutical company will be the sponsor, and I will just talk to them and say, see, these are the proofs I have, so can I move further? I'm interested in going to make this as a drug. So if they can help me by giving me the financial aid, that is what is a sponsor, where like companies like Johnson and Johnson, or you have a lot of companies worldwide, even our biotech lab, serum biotech lab, or anything you say, lot of pharmaceutical companies are available within India, or you can approach even a company in worldwide, international pharmaceutical company as well. So we have to talk to them and say, this is what I have. So they are the sponsors. I am the principal investigator. So I will be taking my drug to the checking up with human trial. So when I go for the human trial, I have the work to be done through, I cannot be there throughout. So I have to appoint a clinical research associate, and I need a place for my work to be done. So it should be a clinical research organization where it is attached with the hospital. So why hospital? You need emergency treatment for the volunteers. Their daily health have to be checked up, and they have to be monitored 24/7. So all these things have to be supported with a hospital environment. So support from the hospital is very, very important. And once this site, which we call it as CRO, clinical research organization, is identified, a sponsor, that is a pharmaceutical industry, and the principal investigator will have a tie-up, and they will recruit a CRA, clinical research associate, who will take care of the complete work, whatever design of study we are going to do with that particular drug, or you say the lead molecule, which is now converted into a drug, and it is now given to the volunteers by getting their informed consent signed. So with that, we start our experiment, and we have to maintain the confidentiality, not revealing their names. And we have to always have the proposal should always have the condition, that is the ethics, in such a way that the pros and cons, that is your benefits and risk, should also be mentioned in your proposal. So all these things have to be taken care, and we have to go further. So finally, what we do is, we we can also go for the community wise, it can be selected, it can be a small group. Say if it is going to be for the phase 1 trial, phase 2 trial, phase 3 trial, phase 4 trial, based on what type of trial we are going to look at. Phase 1 will be a small group, say around 10,000, then it will be 50,000, it will be 1 lakh, and after that it will be a complete region, which is phase 4. Phase 1 to 3, once we are successful in phase 1 2 3 of clinical trial, we can make that particular drug to bring it into the market. That can be done. So we can bring it into the market, and then we can try out for the patients, as we are now doing for corona, where we have our Covishield and Covaxin. After phase 3, it is now come to the market, and now the volunteers are being recruited for the phase 3 trial. So this is what we are doing. So we are doing for the phase 3 trial. So this is what we are doing for the I have to tell the benefits and risk. I have to give the complete pre. If they had a side effects based on the side effects, based on the way they respond to the drug, we just note down and we say, okay, this is this group belongs to control, this group belongs to the only the placebo, we just give only the sugar, and this group belongs to the drug whatever you are given, the dosage. So based on the statistical calculations, we can just say how many were subjected to risk, how many were benefited. So based on that, we can assess the nature of the drug and we can move on to the next level. So by which we have to go. For all these things, you need to have your proposal with whatever I told you now. You need the preclinical study results evaluated with in vitro, in silico, in vivo, everything. And then your purified way of compound, lead molecule, convert it into a drug in such a way that the dosage is fixed in the animal study, cell line study itself. And based on the body weight of the particular human, we are going to give the dose accordingly, which is also fixed based on the animal study and in vitro cell line. And once you fix the dosage, once you identify the non-toxic effect of that particular molecule, and once you completely you're going to prove that it is having a complete ADME, that is absorption, whatever you take, digestion, metabolizing, and excretion. Any drug you take have to be excreted from your system after it has done its action. It should not be retained, it should not be stored in the body. So you have to have the toxic, you have to check the clearance rate of that particular drug also. With all these conditions and ethics, if you're going to carry out your work, you can have the result in such a way that it can be effective and you can be very confident that yes, my drug is going to have a very good value. So this is how we go for the assessment of any drugs when it comes in terms of clinical trial, and how we do, to whom we do, and by whom it has been done. This is what I said told you. I have a lead molecule, so I am the principal investigator. I will identify a sponsor who is a pharmaceutical company. I will submit the proposal with the permission of the local regulatory authorities like IRB. So it will be the institutional regulatory board. The local authorities will be our ethical committee, human ethical committees. And in case of human ethical trial, we also go for IRB, human institutional regulatory board. And then we go for FDA in case of the international recognition is required. International approval is required. We also submit it for FDA. So this particular research is now initiated by the CRA at the CRO, that is Clinical Research Organization, is a site where you carry out your research with the help of CRA, who is going to monitor the complete work of the human participants by making use of the particular molecule, and then whether you're following the protocol properly, which is given by the good clinical practice. So are you given a particular protocol? Did you modify? Did you deviate? Are you inserting in between anything? No, nothing is allowed. So every step will be monitored, will be recorded, will be fed in the system, which will be submitted to your IRB, that is Institutional Regulatory Board, or to your FDA based on the conditions. So once if you find if any of your in any way if you're going wrong, then it will be immediately reported by the it will be stopped by the sponsor. They have every right to stop the research, and they will report to the FDA, and FDA will not approve further to continue that particular research. So these are the procedures by which you can say that yes, I have not had any adverse events. Adverse events in the sense if the risk the factor is going to be high for a patient. So even before you go for the human trial, as I said, in preclinical study itself, you will rule out all the toxic adverse events, if at all, if any. It has to be ruled out by having a standard, by having a proper dosage fixed. Everything will be assessed there itself. In spite of that, in case you have any adverse events like volunteer selection. So in volunteer selection, there are certain restrictions that children's, pregnant women, and old age people will not be used as volunteers unless or until it is very, very essential for their for that particular group to be tested. So pregnant ladies will never be tested. So children below the age group of 10 will never be tested. So all these are the ethics. So once if all these things are followed, even if you're going to select a volunteer as per the GCP guidelines, in case of any sudden adverse events, it has to be reported immediately by the CRA to the sponsor and the principal investigator. And then it will also be reported to the IRB and FDA. So based within 24 to once everything is cleared till phase 3, then the CRA is the one who is responsible to close out the study. So he or she will give a summary, the way they have conducted, what all the procedures they followed, what are the mild adverse events they had, or if they didn't have, how it was giving the rate of improvement for the particular disease, and how many number of volunteers, age groups, every detail will be there in the summary of your the protocol, and they have to sum up everything and they have to submit it, and they have to close out the study. This is how the CRA is responsible for closing out the study of this human trial experiments. So, and suppose if I say if I'm not following the ethics, one example I can give you, that is, for example, suppose you've completed, as we have now seen about the preclinical study using animal model, in vitro, in silico, everything. You can publish with whatever results you have with you with the animal model or in silico or in vitro, and then the preliminary studies, whatever you have done with your compound isolation, etc., structural identification, purified compound, everything. So when you're going to publish a paper, for example, if I have everything, I have made up a paper based on the design of one particular article, I have submitted it. So I am waiting for maybe 15 days or 1 month or even 1.5 months to 2 months. I did not get any reply. So what I have an intention is that why not I go for another article for the same research work? Can I go for another article with the same paper? No, it's not allowed. The ethics does not allow me to go with the same article to 2 journals at a time. You cannot do this, because if they have a cross check with the plagiarism or with any software, they will not approve your article to be published in one of their journals. So you have to wait until you get a reply. Some of the journals are 6 months bi-yearly, some of them are quarterly, some of them are annually. So you have to select the journal which you are going to put your article in. based on the work, based on your validity and your strength of the work. So based on that, you select the journal, you apply it to them, you submit the results to them in the form of an article and wait until you get a response from them. So this is an ethics. So once you do all these things also, you have to follow that. So until you get any response, don't give your same article to another journal, which is not at all acceptable. So don't do that mistake. So these are the general things you should follow. And at the same time, another ethics when you publish a paper, you have to keep in mind is the main participants of the study can be single or it can be 2 or 3 or 4 or sometimes you can also have multiple authors. That's not an issue. But you have to have a concern in such a way that all the authors who are being presented as a who have been representing that particular article or the journal in which your article is published. Say, for example, if I'm submitting an article to a journal where the authors are around 6 or 7. So, how do I justify them? Whom should I include? All these things have to be kept in mind. So, if all the 7 have given a contribution, fine, I can include all the authors, all the names of the persons who are worked for this. If suppose one of them have just initiated the work and he or she has not at all done anything, then what happens? You cannot include his or her name. You can just give an acknowledgement. Similarly, if you are taking the help of a person for helping some minor work like maintenance of animals or feeding the animals or something like that, you can just acknowledge them. So you should know whom to acknowledge and whom to include as an author. The authorship is given to the contributions of research what you're involved in the work as a team member. So some work contribution have to be given as a workbench experiment, whatever way of experiment you do, whether it is in vitro, in vivo, or in silico. Others will be some of them will provide you space, some of them will help you in weighing, some of them will help you in getting the animals, maintenance of animals, but they will not be involved directly in the team. So what happens is you cannot exclude them, but you have to make sure that they are involved in the if they don't accept your article, they will respond to you. So you have to wait. Don't be in a hurry. So you have to wait till then, and then once if it is not approved, you make a modification, and then you can go ahead for another article where you can go for the publication. So simultaneous publication is not allowed, and removing a person's name or including a person's name who didn't support you, that's also not ethical. Acknowledgement to persons who have helped is a must. So these are all the ethics which we need to follow when we go for doing our research. So my kind request to the PG students is that these are the ways you have to carry out the research. To just give a sum up, any topic you search, first see what all the works they have done, and if at all, if it is going to be a novel work, you can go and you can go ahead by getting a lead molecule, try to bring it into the for the public usage by converting them for a clinical trial with the ethic codes whatever I have told you. Now we have a very proper ethic codes, CGP and GCP and IRB, FDA. Follow all these procedures, submit your proposal, take the molecule with the help of a sponsor, try to investigate it with the by recruiting the volunteers with the conditions whatever I have told you, with the help of a CRA, and you can go ahead by bringing out a innovative drug for any disease or disorders which you are pertain to your own interest. So in this aspect, I would also try to tell you one more information. Students who are all almost in the completion of their second years, you can go on Google and see the recruitment for as CRA in pharmaceutical industry. So particularly for biochemistry and all life science students, I would like to give one information here as my conclusion is that when you go on Google for CRA post in pharmaceutical industry, you can see a lot of CRAs are being recruited uh, based on whatever the work they are going to be pertained. So CRA work is a different topic where it's a huge way by which you can do it, and you can even have the various websites being seen with the online work also being done, because CRA's work is only for documentation. So what they did, they just discuss with the particular CRCs, the coordinators and the CRO, and then they just maintain the documents and submit the reports to the PI as well as to the sponsor. So this documentation done by CRA for the work, the what they are doing, and if it is going to be in practice in what do you say in offline, they have to travel to the different CRO sites and they have to collect the information and put it as a data in the system. If in case they can also work in online with all the documents being given to them, they have to put it in a proper way of document and they have to submit. For all these works now, they are given a very high pay. You can see in various CRA sites like Workpolis and other things are there, where the CRA will be paid around 120 to 90 dollars per hour. Imagine students, 120 to 90 dollars per hour. So this is how now the field of pharmaceutical industries are open. So you can follow this ethics, and if anybody of you are interested, I can give you guidance in how to have a course for this and how to go ahead. So as the era is changing, don't worry and don't think that PhD is a must, and research with MSc itself is sufficient for you to earn a lot, provided you do with complete passion and responsibility, and follow the ethics in whatever you do, and be confident in whatever the result you get, and you can just approach anybody to go ahead and work for yourself and you can earn a lot. So the dedication is very important when you take up the research, and these ethics have to be followed very carefully, and you can enjoy the research in the way you are going to do it. So this is the way the research have to be taken right from the start point till you reach your goal to bring out in the form of a drug to the society. So with this, I would like to conclude, and if at all you have any questions, I can just give my clarification regarding that. So if you can just open up for your questions, if at all you have. Thank you once again for giving this opportunity. And
Thank you,
I thank the organizers and Dr. Vasantara and the HOD of Bioinformatics, Biochemistry and Biotechnology Department for bringing me one amongst you to have a discussion today for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The pleasure is all ours. Now the session is open for discussion. So you can post the questions either in the chat box or unmute and answer. We have a question from Mr. Avinashilingam. How can we select solvent for column chromatography and pure compound procedure for animal study?
Yeah, column chromatography have to be selected based on the polarity. Right from your organic to inorganic and aqueous, we have to have the nature of the compound have to be identified. Based on the polarity only, you're going to select the solvents for the column chromatography. Before going for column chromatography, you have to go for the qualitative and quantitative analysis of the phytochemicals, go for a TLC, and then identify the maximum quantity of your phytochemicals, whatever is going to be there. Then use a column based on the solvent you have used for the TLC. So in TLC itself, you can fix the solvents. by just assessing its nature, whether it is a polar or non-polar, you can get the solvent, and you have to, it is not a one step, you have to have the standardization being done, and you can identify the purity of the compound by collecting the same procedure. 8 to 10 drops per minute have to be collected in a test tube. A set of 10 test tubes have to be grouped, and you have to take a minimal volume of it and check for the particular presence of that particular phytochemical. So group them all together, and then you go for the purity. And that is of course not a pure compound. That can be flavonoid or it can be a tannin. That flavonoid again have to be run in a HPLC, either LCMS, or it can be a HPLC with analytical or preparative. That again have to be decided. If it is going to be analytical, you will just get a fraction. So preparative, again we need to plan, get from the references, select the solvent based on the polarity, what you have done, and then you will get fractions. You will get the structures of individual fractions using GCMS, with which you can isolate the particular compound, and then if it is crystallizing, then your compound is going to be pure. This is a final way of identifying whether your compound is pure. It can be a single fraction, it can be even multiple fractions. If it is going to be crystallizing, if you are able to crystallize it, then your compound is pure. So this is what you can do it before you're going for the next step.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think you'll have gotten a better clarity. One more question from the end of Ms. Priyadarshini.
Yeah.
Will the articles published in Emerging Science Citation Index, will it be taken for authors' H-index calculation?
Of course, it will be taken. It will be taken for H-index calculation. Citation is the one which is going to be referred by others. Whoever is referring your article, when you are going to publish it, based on the references they make, it will be given the count, and that can be counted for your H-index.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other queries from the audience side?
Plagiarism is the one which you have to take care, whichever way you're going to publish either the result or article. That is the one which they are pertained now very, very much.
Hello.
Yes.
Good noon, ma'am. It's about the plagiarism. Okay,
Yeah.
I think it is not interest of this conference, as we are discussing about the pure science and all
No,
this
you
stuff.
can just ask.
But just for sake of curiosity, I would like to ask. We have vernacular languages as a cultural study. We have Sanskrit, Paki language, and other studies. There also some people are doing good research.
Okay.
I think so. And when they also do publish their works, but considering the limitation of the plagiarism softwares, I think we don't have such software to check the manuscript in the local languages, like Sanskrit and everything. And I think I came across many such languages. My friends some are publishing, but I find the exact same articles somewhere else. But the plagiarism softwares won't detect any as such because they have limitations. What do you think? Your opinion on this?
Yeah, actually, this is a negative way. What you're telling is correct. And of course, in science, we have many softwares where we can identify. But in languages, as you said, there are few criteria where they are not been in full-fledged way of checking up. Probably we can have a whatever research you do, you can give for a universal library where you have the libraries available. When you go in Google and search for the libraries and universal way, even in India you have a lot of libraries. They have their software all you can publication, you can just give them the article to them and they will help you in checking the plagiarism and they can help you. So without doing it, sometimes it happens, as you said, it will be there, the same type of article can be available in 2 different journals also is possible. But what happens maybe after a few years or so, once it is maybe 3 or 4 years later, if they identify that any one of that is going to be the falsification, then they may just ban that particular article. So before that, that's the reason nowadays we are hearing about few articles which has been removed because of plagiarism, which was presented before but later it was removed. So to avoid all these things, you can go for libraries. Like you can go for university libraries like Pondicherry, you can go for University of Madras, I can go for Bharatidasan universities, and JNU. These are the universities where even in Punjab and you have Punjab University. So these are universities, and particularly the universities for languages. So you have in North, you have few universities. You can just submit your articles there and get their help for checking the plagiarism. That can be done. Even if you don't have the software, they may help you in that way.
Okay,
You can do that.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all, and thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation made us understand the nooks of research methodology and the ethics to be kept up. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you all. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, the speaker session of final today is Dr. Vasanta Lakshmi ma'am, Associate Professor in Biostatics in the Department of Speech Language Pathology, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore. She has completed her master's and doctoral research in statistics from University of Mysore. She has served as academician in Christ College, Bangalore and AIASH, Mysore. She guides and mentors students of UG, PG, PhD coursework in the field of speech and hearing. She has published several papers in national and international journals and has published books and reports of epidemiological research at AIASH. She has been a part of member of AIASH research fund projects, been the editor of publication on student research at AIASH. She has been a panel member of more than 50 PhD committees in research and hearing as statistical consultant. We take pride in welcoming you, ma'am, to give away her valuable presentation on statistical analysis. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, perfectly.
So good afternoon, one and all. So I come from the background of statistics, but now I'm working in speech and hearing. So just now I was listening to the talk. You are from botany, zoology and all. It may be a totally different talk because I do not know that much of examples from botany, zoology and all. So I have taken general examples to explain some of the statistical methods used in research. The thing is, yesterday also I think you had one talk on statistics. Maybe the basics are covered there. So I'm going beyond that. Usually the statisticians are involved from the day one of your research. So telling you how much should be the what should be the design and how much should be the sample size, everything. So, but now I'm taking once the data collection is over, since we cannot cover everything in the same session. Once the data collection is over, when your data is ready, what are the possible statistical analysis for that? So that I'm going through with the help of some general examples. If you want any specific example from your field, please put it in the chat box. We can discuss that. I'll be sharing the screen now. And definitely this is entirely different from what you discussed now. Hopefully you're able to see the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So my topic is statistical analysis. That was as we discussed, and I selected this one. And basically I will be dealing with inferential statistics in this. So yesterday I think you had one talk also in which you have seen descriptive statistics, and of course for most of the established researchers, you know what is descriptive and inferential statistics. So beginner researchers also, you must be knowing about the descriptives like mean, standard deviation, median, what all we calculate. those things are covered under descriptive statistics, wherein we talk about, we calculate the characteristics of the data. But descriptive statistics does not deal with any of the decision making. So decision making aspects are covered in inferential statistics. But of course, inferential statistics has its foundation in descriptive. If you don't calculate the descriptives, inferential statistics is not possible. So based on the descriptives, we are going to take decision in inferential statistics. So this helps us in reaching conclusions or decision making. So in inferential statistics, we can have two subcategories. One is theory of estimation. I would rather call that as sub-branches. One is theory of estimation. The other one is testing of hypothesis. So under theory of estimation, we are going to move from sample to the population. So it can be a point estimation. That means we calculate a single value, or we propose a single value as the estimate of the population. Suppose I can calculate only the mean, I can calculate only the median. So if I give a single value, that becomes point estimation. And sometimes I think you have heard about confidence intervals. So this comes under interval estimation. So in interval estimation, we will be giving a boundary. We call that as 95% confidence interval. So if I am repeating the study 100 times, 95% of the times my mean would lie between those two limits. In 95% confidence interval, we are going to give the lower boundary and upper boundary to the mean. So the mean, if you repeat the study, 95% of the times mean will lie between those two limits. So these things are these things come under theory of estimation, but I'm not going to deal with that. In today's session, we are going to deal with testing of hypothesis. So under testing of hypothesis, so we know hypothesis, always in any study we are going to write the hypothesis. I checked some of the articles in molecular biology and all, there also hypothesis was given, because I'm used to the speech and hearing field. Here hypothesis is definitely common, and in your studies also you are giving the hypothesis. There are various ways of giving the hypothesis. Hypothesis is just assumption. Assumption about what? It can be the assumption about the population parameter. Population parameter means like mean, median and all. We can give what happens to the mean when I compare two groups, whether means are equal or the means are different. So those things can be assumed in the beginning of the study, or it can be towards the population distribution also. That means I can talk about the normal distribution. Suppose if I'm checking the normality, whether the distribution follows normal distribution. So that I can put it in the hypothesis. So there is no particular way of writing the hypothesis. Hypothesis can be in the question form, it can be a declarative form, all those. But when it comes to the statistics, we write the statistical way of the hypothesis. That is, they are called as types of statistical hypothesis, in which we put it as null hypothesis and alternative. Of course, we know null means we always write there is no difference. Why do we write that? No difference means whatever the difference is coming, it is attributable to the chance factors. It is not because of the variable under study, it is because of the chance factor. And alternative hypothesis is not because of the chance factors. With this knowledge, so now I am going to cover some of the aspects in testing of hypothesis. So under testing of hypothesis, all of you will be knowing there are two methods to be followed. One is the parametric method and non-parametric method, or parametric tests and non-parametric tests we say. So parametric tests, they have a lot of assumptions to be followed. So parametric test will depend on certain distribution also. So what are the assumptions basically? So assumptions of parametric tests, the major one is normality here. Data must follow normal distribution, because most of the statistical tests like t-test, ANOVA and all are derived because of the normal distribution. So the formula, everything depends on the normal distribution. So first assumption is normal distribution. For normal distribution, we will be addressing some of the graphs and some of the tests. Other assumptions include, only these are the major assumptions. Otherwise, there are a lot more assumptions for parametric test. Homogeneity of variance is the second assumption. So if we are comparing 2-3 groups, what we assume is variance of all the samples should be similar. If we are sample means I'm referring to the group itself. So if I'm comparing 2-3 samples, so the samples will have the same variance. That is the assumption made. So there are many tests to test this homogeneity of variance. One popular test is Levin's test. So this Levin's test, it will have the null hypothesis as that the variances in different groups are equal. It will assume the null hypothesis like this. And if P is lesser than or equal to 0.05, then we say homogeneity of variance is violated. Because if P is lesser than 0.05, we say there is significant difference, right? So there is difference between the variances. That means the groups are not having equal variances. So this assumption is violated. Levin's test, if you are using some of the softwares, SPSS and R and all, by default you can run this within the test itself when you do other tests like t-test and ANOVA. Otherwise, separately also Levin's test can be administered. But nowadays you can find many research articles which say small departures of normality or small departures of homogeneity of variance will not hamper the results. So that means too much of departure should not be there. You can refer the articles. It will say small departure, even in spite of having small departures from normality and all, we can still run the parametric test. So nowadays we can find out some articles in which if marginal deviation is there, like if P is less than 0.05, but it is more than 0.04, more than like 0.046 and all, people assume that it is marginally deviated. Then they do the parametric test, and non-parametric checkings are also done. They cross-check the results with the non-parametric and they report the parametric test there. So there are many articles for these assumptions. So the third assumption is random sampling. Of course, this we cannot test, but we have to follow. A normality and homogeneity can be tested using statistical methods, but random sampling in the beginning of the study itself, you have to follow the methods to be, the sample should be randomly selected from the population, and generalization from sample to population can be done in a meaningful way only if the samples are selected randomly. But some of the behavioral science or some of the medical sciences, when you are dealing with some rare disorders, diseases and all, of course the random selection may not be possible. Most of it goes with the convenience sample itself. But the thing to be followed is the selection criteria to be given in the beginning itself. The subjects whom you are selecting or why you are excluding the subject, that should be given in the beginning itself, and bias should not be there from the investigator. If investigator's bias is not there, even though randomly it is not collected, sort of randomness can be seen in the data. And fourth assumption, independent observations. When we are comparing the groups, of course, one subject should not influence the other subject. Each observation should not be influenced by the other observations. That is actually assumed. Again, this cannot be done for the within group designs. Pre and post, if I'm comparing, obviously pre-post will have influence of, pre will have the influence on the post. So this will come for between group designs. This assumption is important for between groups. And this again, we cannot test. We have to see the data and variables and we have to decide. And the last one also cannot be tested, but by visual inspection we can see, that is the dependent variable should be measured on interval or ratio scale. So for parametric test, we cannot handle any categorical or qualitative variables which are nominal or ordinal. We must have quantitative variables like interval and ratio scale, where arithmetic operations are meaningful. So these are the major 5 assumptions. So homogeneity can be tested within the test itself. So, but normality we have to test separately. Other 3 we have to infer from the data. So normal distribution, if I have something about normal distribution, so normal is also called as Gaussian distribution. We know this, and it is because of the person who invented the normal distribution, C.F. Gauss. So when we plot the data, that is taking the score on x-axis, and frequency is number of subjects appearing with that score. So frequency on the y-axis, the curve should follow a bell shape. This is the normal distribution, which is very important in parametric tests. So other forms can also be there. Sometimes the data, if it is not normally distributed, we can have skewness in the data. The data is not at all symmetrical. Long tail can be seen towards the right side or left side of the distribution. So if you find these kind of skewed distributions, definitely parametric tests are not suitable. Until and unless you make some arrangements there, maybe outlier is there, you have to remove the outlier or sometimes transform the data, other alternative steps to be followed. Otherwise, straight away parametric tests are not suitable for skewed distributions. And sometimes we may have symmetrical distributions only, which are not skewed. If you see the leptokurtic and platykurtic curve here, they are not skewed, both are symmetrical. But even then, we cannot say them as normally distributed because normal requires a bell shape, appropriate height should be there. It is not too much peaked or too flat. So for these kind of distributions, again, the parametric tests are not suitable. So what are the methods of studying normality? So nowadays, of course, various softwares are also there, and graphical, by inspection only we can see that. There are two things, graphical techniques are also available and significance tests are available, which can test the normal distribution. So under the graphical techniques, we have histogram, and along with the histogram, nowadays softwares can plot the standard normal curve also. And the other one is box whisker plots, or simply they are called as box plots. And when it comes to the significance test of normality, we have Kolmogorov-Smirnov's test of normality, and the other one is Shapiro-Wilkes test of normality. Let us see this one by one. So now I have used SPSS to get the normal distribution results, but of course you can do it with R, and even with Excel also it can be done. I selected SPSS because I am not that expert in R. That is one thing, and second thing is this is very easy to show. So I can just show the commands here. So if you see in analyze, in descriptive statistics, in explore option, we have to just insert the variables. You can see the second diagram. We have to just insert the dependent variables, and in plots we have to check. You can see the third one. We have to just check the normality plots with tests. This is the steps to be followed in SPSS. I'm more worried about the output, not the software. Whatever you use, the output will be the same. So histogram means, obviously we have done these things in BSc classes only, we have plotted also. So histogram will come something like this. For each class interval, how many subjects are coming, that is shown, and now it shows a normal curve also. So curve is almost normal. By visual inspection, we can see whether any skewness is there in the data. And this is about the box plot. Box plot, you can observe the middle rectangle is there. That rectangle will show you the interquartile range. So the middle line is nothing but the median value. So the middle line should be exactly at the center. Then only we can call that as a symmetrical distribution. Now you can see in the first one, middle line is actually moved towards the lower side. So then that shows some amount of skewness in the data. So when you have this kind of skewness in the data, especially box plot is very helpful in knowing the outliers also. You can see that number 42 is coming there. That means the 42nd person is an outlier. So box plot can be utilized to know whether the data is symmetrical or whether any outliers are there in the data. What to do with the outlier, I'll just take up in the next after this. And the test of normality, these results are obtained through SPSS. So Kolmogorov-Smirnov's, actually there are some criticism to this test. This test is more sensitive only when we have a very large data size, like hundreds or 500 subjects are there. Then Kolmogorov gives better results. But Shapiro-Wilkes, there are many articles which support Shapiro-Wilkes test. In Shapiro-Wilkes test, this is sensitive even if the sample size is small. Small means at least 10 to 15 subjects when you are doing in a study. Otherwise, it won't become a group study. So if you are doing some smaller sample, if you are doing everything for the smaller sample, then Shapiro-Wilkes can answer whether the normality is existing or not. Of course, you can see the first row itself. I have marked that row. P is less than 0.05. If P is less than 0.05, then there is the data is away from normal distribution. But as I said, nowadays even if 0.04, if it is more than 0.04 also, many researchers are considering that. So not only one thing here, you have to compare all these things. We have to judge based on all these whether normality is there or not, because ANOVA and other parametric tests are little robust for departures, as I said. So we have to compare all the techniques and then take a decision whether normality is existing in the data or not. And what to do with the outliers? Just now we saw number 42 was an outlier. Not only this, sometimes we may have more number of subjects coming as outliers here. So outlier analysis is very important in the data. So there are some studies which say remove the subject. So deleting the data from the subject who contributed the outlier. But this should happen only if proper reason is there. So simply that person is an outlier, so deleting that person will hamper the data. Of course, I'm losing that information from that subject. So this should not happen. If we have any reason behind this, why that person is an outlier, when the outlier is seen in that particular graph, you have to go back to the information of that person and check why that person is an outlier. In this, according to my experience, I have seen various types here. Sometimes the outlier was coming, and when I asked the student, the data was wrongly entered. Something, instead of entering it as 2.7, the data was entered as 27. So that time the person was coming in outlier, so we have to rectify it then. Or sometimes in one study recently, the person got the doctorate. So he was dealing with some aphasics. He had taken some 11 aphasics. One person was coming as an outlier. When he checked it, that aphasic severity was different. Some they have like non-fluent, fluent aphasia and all. One person was having different type of aphasia. Because of that, the person was outlier there. So that in that reason, we have a good reason. All 10 are belonging to some other type of aphasia, and this person unknowingly he has collected. So that time we can remove that person from the study. So only good reason should be there, not to establish any result or not to just bring the normality. We should not remove the outlier. If proper reasoning is there, we can remove the outlier. And after removing the outlier also, it may not be successful sometime. After removing that also, we may not get the normality. That time, no need of removing the outlier. We can put it back to the system. And other alternative is transform the data. We have some square root transformation, logarithmic transformations and all. So sometimes impact of outliers can be reduced in that. So we can transform the data and again run the normality test and see. May not be successful. So these techniques are not universal. Even after having more than 15 years experience also, when any data comes, I have to sit with that data for a longer time, because once I do some analysis, it may not be suitable for the other data. So we cannot say that these things are universal, so you have the data, follow these steps. Nothing. Most of the time our common sense will say the right answer. So transforming the data also may not be so useful. So if after doing this also, if it is not giving any good result, not giving the normality, or sometimes deviations are very high, we are not in a position to reduce it, that time go for the non-parametric test. That is the better alternative. So this is about normality actually. We have some visual inspections or the techniques how statistically it can be calculated. But while doing the parametric test, we should be very careful. We should be observing mean and standard deviation. You can see I have two figures here, two charts here. Both are having the same mean, 15, 15, which is listed in the first table. Both the means are same. That doesn't mean that both are equally good. Both the data are same. So smaller standard deviation means mean becomes good representative of the data, and larger standard deviation means observations are distant from the mean. So whether mean is a proper representative of the data, that we should check. But here it is fine because I am having only, if you observe the standard deviation, 7.5 is the standard deviation and 15 is the mean. Some authors do not have proper references, but some authors, they take half of the mean. So 15 is the mean, means half of the mean is 7.5. If lesser than that standard deviation is there, then it is considered as consistent data. That those things are followed, but always I prefer standard deviation should be lesser relative to the mean. Otherwise, standard mean is not a good representative of the data. And otherwise, if you cannot have better standard deviation here, too much of deviation is there, mean is not the representative of the data, then always it is better to give median and IQR in the research. So median and IQR can be given. Median, it is, as we know, it is not affected because of the outliers. So even in skewed data, median can be handled median can be reported. So median and IQR we can report that time. Since we are writing mean is not the representative, we have to go by the non-parametric tests, not the parametric, because parametric tests are based on mean. Fine. So these are the prerequisites for parametric tests, and non-parametric tests are making fewer assumptions compared to the parametric tests. We don't have any assumption like normality, homogeneity of variance, etc. And these tests are also called as assumption-free tests or distribution-free tests, because especially the normal distribution we don't consider, we don't require here. So they are called as distribution-free tests. And most of the hypotheses are formulated based on median. Many non-parametric tests are median-based tests. And these are helpful in removing the effect of outliers also, because non-parametric tests, they don't deal with mean. So most of the non-parametric tests rank the observations. So in that situation, outlier effect can also be reduced, and even that can be used for smaller sample size, whereas parametric, at least considerable sample size should be there. And even non-parametric tests can be administered for nominal or ordinal scale of measurements, where we have questionnaire data or agree disagree kind of thing. Non-parametric is the better option. So now with this information, I would like to show you some of the parameters which can be applied, not software use I'm showing, when what test can be applied. So parametric methods I'm going to show only for the univariate case, because as it is univariate only, we have several things to be discussed. So univariate case we are discussing. Univariate means only one dependent variable will be there. So the moment I have more than one dependent variable, suppose what happens in correlation, we used to have X and Y. That is the bivariate situation. And when we have more than one dependent variable, it can go to multivariate situation also. So multivariate analysis is totally different from this. So here we are dealing with only one dependent variable. Dependent means which is measured and which has the effect of the independent variable. So parametric methods are discussed now for that, and especially I am considering the significance of difference between means. So only means I am considering, not for proportions, variances and all those things, because using the parametric method we have several other things that can be compared also. I am taking the example of comparison between means and in univariate case. So if I plot these things, I can have something like this. All the tests are given here, almost with the basic ones. Is any doubt? I'm having some noise here. I don't know whether anybody is asking anything. So is that fine? Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. So here I am writing assumptions of parametric tests are satisfied. That I have repeated in all the slides because that's very important. All the assumptions should be satisfied to go with the parametric test. So these things I will explain in detail, but first you can see that gray box, one dependent variable. So we are considering only one measured variable, interval or ratio scale of measurement, and that yellow color boxes are showing independent variable. So what happens when only one independent variable is there, or can we have more than one independent variable also? And especially independent variable is categorical. Suppose if I'm taking gender, males and females, categories should be given. So that kind of characteristic is important for independent variable. Then those two small blue boxes, if you see, so when one independent variable is there, what happens when we have more than two categories of the independent variable or two categories of the independent variable? So two categories means just like gender has male and female. So that is two categories. If I'm taking some severity as mild, moderate and severe, that goes to more than two categories. So what happens in these kind of situations? And the next oval shape box will tell you whether we have the independent groups or the same participants are considered. Suppose if I am taking some treatment and pre and post of the treatment is taken, same group of subjects will be taken for pre and same for post. So that is actually same participants, having same participants. If I am taking male and female, no common subject will be there. Independent groups are considered. So that is called as independent groups. So in two categories, whether we have independent groups or same participants, that is very important. That will help us to decide whether independent t-test is required or paired t-test is required or any other sorts of ANOVA is required. So this is just an overall flowchart. Now I have this one by one. So first thing is paired t-test, t-test, wherein I have given both paired t and independent t-test. So you can see here again one dependent variable is there, one independent variable is there, and dependent variable. This is the setup for paired t-test. Sorry.
Hello,
Hello. So one, somebody's mic is on. I request the organizers. So one dependent variable and one independent variable is there. So dependent variable has interval or ratio scale, and independent variable is categorical here. So categorical again, which has only two categories. This is the first case I am taking. Under t-test, independent variable can have only two categories. So more than two categories will not be entertained here, and more than one independent variable is also not entertained here. And of course, I cannot have more than one dependent variable because I'm talking about only univariate situation. So univariate situation, one dependent variable, one independent variable, which has only two categories. Now, next question is those two categories, whether they are having independent groups or same participants are considered. Just like male and female, different groups are considered. So that is called as independent group. And pre and post, same participants are considered. That comes to same participant category here. So if I have independent groups, I am going to apply independent t-test for this. And this independent t-test is also called as between group test. So because we are applying only for the between group strategy here. And within group, when it comes, same group of subjects are repeated in two conditions. It is nothing but the paired t-test, provided all the assumptions of parametric tests are satisfied. So I have a few examples here. You can see the example for independent t-test. Sorry, as I told you, I don't know from your field examples. That's why I have taken some general examples here. If I'm talking about the dependent variable as BMI, BMI is measured as 24, 25, something like that. And if I want to compare in school children, BMI of boys versus girls. So boys versus girls means they are the categories. So my independent variable is gender. So gender has only two categories, boys and girls. Of course, now transgender's third category can also be taken, but that won't come under this test. It will go to other one-way ANOVA. So if I consider only two categories, so this is actually independent variable, only one variable having two categories which are independent of each other. So that's why we have independent test for the situation. Similarly, other one is agricultural output based on the type of fertilizer. When I talk about the fertilizers, definitely same fertilizer cannot be, same plot cannot have both the fertilizers. So it should be different fertilizer. So fertilizer 1 will be applied to some plots and fertilizer 2 will be applied to some plots. Here actually plots are considered as subjects. So subjects can be anything, it may not be human beings only. It can be animals or plants or even the plots, whatever we consider under the study, we can take that. So now different fertilizer groups should be there. That's why they are independent of each other. And agricultural output, that is only one dependent variable. That's why one dependent variable and one independent variable with two categories which are independent. That's why it is independent t-test. Now when it comes to the paired t-test, you can see BMI only I am taking. That is the dependent variable. But now the situation is not between groups. Within the same group, I can have a time point. That means at present, I can measure the BMI of children. And after 6 months, again, I can measure the BMI of children. And same child will be used at present and after 6 months. So this is actually same participants are repeated in two conditions. Again, the setup is one dependent variable, one independent variable, which has two categories, but same participant is repeated in both the categories. That's why it is the technique of paired t-test. And next one, I have taken very general example, score, any score for that matter, before and after therapy. before and after therapy are two conditions. So condition is the independent variable here. So before and after therapy, definitely I cannot have different subjects. Same subject should be repeated before and after. And one independent variable is condition and one dependent variable is score. So this is the setup for paired t-test. So this is how we have to decide how many, obviously dependent variable will be one in all univariate setup. And depending on the independent variable, we should see how many categories the independent variable is having. If it is only one independent variable with two categories, some of the t-test is definitely applicable to that. We have to check whether it is independent t-test or paired t-test. And I stress the point, assumptions of parametric test to be satisfied. And the next one, we move on to the next category, that is one independent variable with more than two categories. So here one-way ANOVA is there, or one-way repeated measures ANOVA. Everybody is asking anything. I'm having a lot of...
Participants, please to mute yourself.
Shall I continue? So one-way ANOVA or one-way repeated measures ANOVA. Here actually one dependent variable again it's the univariate setup, and one independent variable which is again categorical, but that independent variable has more than two categories. So more than two categories, I have some examples here. Suppose when BP is considered systolic pressure, I cannot consider both systolic and diastolic together because then it goes to the bivariate setup. We should consider only one variable or maybe average and all if it is suitable. So one dependent variable is systolic pressure. And if I consider age group, pediatric, adult and geriatric, pediatric, adult and geriatric are independent groups. I have more than two categories here. So that is the independent groups, then it is called as one-way ANOVA. It is the between group comparison. Suppose when I consider language score between severity, mild, moderate, severe and profound. Again, I have different categories here, different groups are there, which are between groups. I cannot have the same person in mild, moderate, severe and all. So different groups are there. So that is again going to the situation of one-way ANOVA. So if we have between groups, it goes to one-way ANOVA. And if it is repeated, that means suppose if I'm taking orientation, the last column you can see please, orientation time points before, after and mid, before, mid and post orientation scores are there. Then the same person is repeated in three conditions. So that is called as one-way repeated measures ANOVA. Here one-way is coming into picture because I have only one independent variable. And the stimuli is there. If I'm comparing several stimuli here, S1, S2, etc., S5, if the outcome is compared for different stimuli, same persons are repeated in all 5 stimuli, then I can take this as within group. Same participants are repeated, so then it goes to one-way repeated measures ANOVA. So when I have only one independent variable, definitely it is the situation of one-way ANOVA or one-way repeated measures ANOVA. We should see how many, we should see whether the groups are independent or the same participants are repeated when we have more than 2 categories. So these are the extension of t-test. And next we come for factorial designs. So when factorial designs are there are 3 possibilities here. We can have between group factorial design or within group factorial designs, which are called as repeated measures factorial designs, or we can have mixed design. That is the combination of between and within. So here again, the dependent variable is only one and independent variable will be more than one. Till now we were having only one independent variable setup. Now we will have more than one independent variable which are categorical. We have to see whether the groups are same or different. If more than one independent variables in all the variables, if different groups are used, that is the independent group setup or between group setup. So 2-way, 3-way, etc. ANOVA can be used here. We need to understand the example properly. Suppose if I'm talking about the systolic pressure, dependent variable is systolic pressure and independent variables are BMI, BMI here, earlier BMI was the dependent variable. Now BMI is not measured. BMI is taken as categorical, underweight, normal or obese. And age group is taken adult and geriatric. Gender is taken as males and females. I have 3 independent variables here. But the thing is, all the 3 independent variables we need between groups only. Because if I'm having underweight adult male, that group is different from underweight adult female. Like this, we can have various combinations. I have 3 categories in the first one, 2 categories in the second one, and 2 categories in the third one. So 3 into 2 into 2, totally 12 different subgroups are possible here. And all the 12 subgroups are different from one another. Independent groups are there. So then we call that as 3-way independent ANOVA, because I'm having 3 variables, independent variables, and everywhere between strategy is used, between group strategy. That's why it is called as 3-way independent ANOVA. Sometimes we can have like this agricultural experiment only. If I take fertilizers and seeds, if I'm taking, so 3 categories for the fertilizers I have taken, and 2 categories for the seeds. So fertilizers and seeds, again we should have between groups only. It cannot be the within. For the same plot, I cannot put F1, F2, F3. So F1 is different, F2 is different, and F3 is different. Similarly, S1 and S2 are also different. So different groups should be taken. So this is the setup of between group design. So I have only 2 categories here, 2 independent variables here. So then it goes to 2-way independent ANOVA. So we are going to see what kind of variables we are having. If only between group variables are there, then how many independent variables are there? That is very important. And depending on that, we decide whether it should be 2-way, 3-way, or even I can have K-way ANOVA depending on K number of independent variables. And in repeated measure strategy, same group of subjects should be repeated in all the conditions. Suppose if I take this, condition here is 1 dependent variable with more than 1 independent variables, which are categorical. If you take the first example here, I have taken measurement of stuttering. So stuttering, that is the disfluency if we are measuring. So we can have time points and place. So before therapy, after therapy, and after 6 months of therapy in 2 different places, that is home and office. So at home, how many words are stuttered? At office, how many words are stuttered? Before and after therapy. If I'm taking these kind of things, I should be using same person in home, at home situation and at office situation, and same person before, after, and after 6 months of therapy. So same group of participants are repeated at various time points and at 2 different places. So this is the condition of within subjects or repeated measure factorial design. So now here I have 2 variables, time points and place. So that's why it is called as 2-way repeated measures ANOVA. Earlier I was having between, all are between, that's why that was only independent ANOVA. Now all are within, all are repeated, that's why we call that as 2-way repeated measures ANOVA. I have one more example also, reaction time. So in reaction time, condition and stimuli is there. So if it is before and after therapy, and picture cards or videos are used to give the therapy, then same group of subjects should be used for before and after, and same group is used for showing picture cards and showing video to improve the behavior of the child. So that situation, both the variables are within or both the variables are having same group of participants. Again, this is the situation of repeated measure factorial design. Factorial always comes when we have more than 1 independent variable. So since 2 variables are here, this is called as 2-way repeated measures ANOVA. So depending on the number of variables, we can say 2-way, 3-way, or etc. K-way, repeated measures ANOVA. So whenever repeated is coming, so all the participants are repeated in all the variables. That is the answer here. So otherwise we can have combination of both, mixed design, that is mixed factorial design also we can say, combination of between group and within group of subjects. So here again, mixed design means more than 1 independent variable will be there, which are categorical. So suppose if you see the same example, altering the independent variable. Suppose measurement of stuttering, if I take time points, age group and severity, time points, I should repeat the same persons, pre, after 6 months, post and all. I should be having the same group of participants.